Oh. Through the window. Wow, I'm enjoying video games. God, I'm dumb. Goblin ass. Just like me. Oh. Did you forget that cis men existed for a second, Medax?
Yes.
That's a fucking Luma from Mario Galaxy! Why ain't you here, buddy? Welcome to hell! Crap! Mario! 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 I'm crying! It's a cutscene. He's gonna die. Oh yeah, by the way, this man is a toeman. No, footman. Damn it! God. Wrong joke! Know what sex is. Weeboo is a child. Hold on a second. Weeboo, wakey wakey. Weeboo, do you know what sex is? This is why you're banned from stream, Weeboo. Good for you, buddy. I'm not. We're moving on. Anyway, bye. I'm not doing it. Maybe I'm cool. Yes. I do love that they do things like, yeah, there's just a capsule full of animals here. Why not? Hey, buddy, are you okay?
Yeah, not bad.
You're the new Tails! Really good reading. SBO doesn't owe you that, Detective. Let the man live. What if it was embarrassing? What if it was porn? What if SBO was reading hardcore porn? What if my best friend SBO the Chameleon was reading hardcore pornography? What if... the hardcorest! Fuck, I'm clipping that later. Okay. This is ethical. Oh yeah, that gets out of the car. I'm noticing some minor glitches in this version that weren't in the original. Good enough for Jordan. It's good enough for you. That's right. I've got one. My Gerald got me a hedgehog. I don't know why he did that, but he sure as fuck did. DK, Donkey Kong. Well, he's finally back. Kicks some gun, fires, but shoots. It's he's big, faster, and stronger too. First member of the DK. Damn it, I messed up the start. Oh, it's fine. I can overcome Garfield. This is us recreating the battle against Garfield. John's finest hour. I pressed the wrong button. Fuck. Okay. Clip that for later. Okay. We should wake up Weeboo before the end of the stream.
Yeah,
Everyone else has left the greener pastures. Weeboo, do you have any closing words, buddy? Did you like the game? Then your taste is terrible. Oh my god. A lot of visual information. It's oh, yeah, I mucked that up. Oh, damn it. This is better than what I was going to play. Hold on, ignore me. Ignore me. Oh, shite. I was still got 20 seconds to go. Oopsie. Doopsie.
I fucking love it. This is so cute.
You know, I don't think it would be a stream if it wasn't incredibly janky, right? Like that's just that's just streams. Oh yeah, you can just change. That's just streams. Hi everybody. Everything's normal. Everything's fine. Everything's normal and fine. Here's a clip. Which clip theater? Look at the clip. Ah, damn, I messed up the start. Oh, it's fine. I'm
like 3 or 4 people
Garfield.
clipped this,
That's,
and then I took
this is us
a
recreating
week
the
off
battle
because
against
Garfield
Garfield.
killed me. So this is the one that got the most views, which is I believe the one Aria clipped, but Panda and Silver and me also clipped this. Garfield cart with the stream.
Fuck!
Garfield cart.
Okay.
I want to explain the concept of what I'm doing today, but nobody showed up because I started early. So, what do I do? Uh-oh, what's happening with my camera? There's the camera's working now. Yeah. You know what? It's fine. I can relax for a bit, you know? Get some stuff. Just sit around, have a little break, have a little breather. I'm a bit tired. Oh. You know. Sometimes you just need a quick relax, you know? Also to remember whether you've got all your materia. Hold on. Now we're good. Back to floating. This is how relaxing works. Just have a nice relax on the beach. There does appear to be a large amount of explosions over there, but, you know, let's ignore the point of this stream for a bit. Let's take a break, take a breather. Everyone breathe in and breathe out. It's fine. Nice and calming. Nobody's here. Okay. Nobody. Everyone wants to be free of my bullshit, I guess. It's fine. Okay. So, I should get on with this. There is a summer event in, shit, I didn't scare this guy's fish. So there's a summer event in Final Fantasy XIV. There's a little event, it'll get you a costume or whatever. And there's also the obstacle course. The obstacle course. Most people have calmed down and done it by now, but I got tired and didn't. So let's put on an outfit for obstacle coursing quick. Oh, I'm unable to collect gamma plates. Well, I don't want to... You know what? The swimming costume was just for the opening bit. I don't want to be wearing this the whole time. Give me a second. Okay, now we're in a sanctuary. Right, now I can apply these. So the costume you get from this week is a red version of this Power Ranger costume. And I would wear this, but it's a bit cliche. Can't really tell who I am. There's this outfit. Don't think about that. No, put clothes on. There's a... Now the problem is I also want outfits for my machinists because of another thing I'm going to be doing while we do this. Stop myself going completely insane, to be blunt. So not all my outfits are available. But I mean this one's available though. I mean this outfit's always available. I've made a choice. A choice has been made. Okay, yeah. I also want to be clear. I actually decided spontaneously to just add a new stream award for this because I'm tired. I wanted to do something. So there are these little minions in the game, right? There's a ton of these things. Like, I don't even have all of them, and I've already got just like tons of them. Right? If you pay me points, I'll change which one's following me. Right now I'm going to have the kobold follow me. Look at kobold. Little friend. But, yeah. These obstacles, technically I could entirely skip this first bit. But I want to do that on stream. Oh, bod, nice. Yeah. A friend. You see? But also, I've got this thing where I want to level Machinist. So, I'm going to be queuing for the leveling queues while I do this. So, we will take occasional breaks. My brain will only slightly melt to death. I'm gonna do this just to prove I can. I already did this section off stream, but I'd like to just sort of prove that I can quick. because this jumping puzzle is somewhat infamous as part of the summer events. They've added, apparently the bombs might be new, but like, why are there polar bears? I don't know why there are polar bears. Which jumping puzzle is this? Oh, the one that's only in the summer, which means I have to do it now. Wait, right, I've got to the second island. I've already proved I can do the easy bit. Terrific. Now this dude will teleport me right up to the bit where I got stuck, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to prove that I can do this. See, I'm a surprisingly competent jumping puzzler in this game. Especially if I swap controls to ones where it's easy to puzzle on. Don't tell people. But, I can change to Dragoon. I'm not going to change to Dragoon. Oh, are you an NPC? Okay, so this is technically the end. You can go down this slide to a little area where you can watch the fireworks. You've also got a few alternate paths here. But there's also the rest. I have not done most of this. I have not done most of it. I've gone pretty far out, but I couldn't get past the hardest bit. And you can't use mounts here, just cheat here. There are a few things that'll prevent you from just cheesing this whole thing. Dragoon would not be useful at all. Most of the Dragoon attacks, although they look like jumps, don't actually move you. If I remember correctly. Oh. I'm gonna have to remember my bones. Yeah, we're gonna be talking to this guy a lot. You know, I was hoping that I didn't get through the first section in one go, so that we weren't... I know you don't play it. Okay, here's the thing, I do have a level 50 Dragoon. So, the backflip doesn't really work. This one needs a target. This one needs a target. This one needs a target. So I can do a backflip that won't help me occasionally. You know, I'm going to do the bomb thing for a bit of... just to... There's also this section. I do the gold saucer jumping puzzles. They're semi-regularly as well. They're worse than this, I'd say. The checkpointing's not as good on them, basically. Oh, crap. Crap, 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 crap. And I did it. Have to wait for the sprint to end, because that check affects the distance that you can jump. What the fuck? That shark? Huh. Okay. Okay, this particular first jump is one of the nasty ones as well. And okay, one of the benefits of having a bunch of other people doing it as well was that I could copy them. But at this point, most of the people who were waiting up Weir to do this have already done it. There were people like sat in the right position for the jump here and helping out. I think there were some people who were cheesing it with resurrections as well. But at this point, everyone except me's done it. I haven't done it though. I need to do it. So yeah, I'm going to do this. In order to keep my brain working, I'm going to do some leveling up on my gun boy at the same time. It's nice and easy, nice and simple. Wow, I have never fucked that jump up before. I've already done a few of the dailies that I've deliberately tried to avoid doing anything that will disrupt this stream, other than me. I don't know what the joke is there. I'll be honest, because I did used to review energy drinks, and then now I can't drink caffeine. Those aren't technically related, but only technically not related. Fuck. Hold on. Hope chat's visible against the completely normal avatar that I'm using. Completely normal. It's gonna be one of those days. I will eventually get sick of the music and probably have to change the music as well, for the record, because I was genuinely tempted to tag this stream as hell. This is going to be one of those endurance sort of streams. One of the sort of streams where you go, is that person really eating a full inventory worth of eggs? And the answer is yes. I really want to get this shit done, right? And I think the funnest part of this, where people were like joking around, were like, we're past the bit where people are having fun with this. People are making jokes about there being cake on top of the fucking thing, or like you'll enjoy. This is tower time. Not sure why a wanderer is here, but good for them. They can join in. Anyone who's on Goblin, completely fine to come visit. I'm still on a free trial. I have recently reached Heavensward, which is why I've unlocked the power of gun. But ow. I'm still in the free trial, so I can't add people as friends, or receive gifts, or talk to people without being in a public chat. You know, stuff like that. But people can invite me to parties and add me as a friend, and I'll happily add people as friends, I don't mind. I don't know what I'll be... I'm not sure if it'll necessarily do anything, but, you know, friendship's nice. I wish I hadn't said cake. The jokes were actually funnier than that. People are having fun. You know, like, this is a jumping puzzle, and it's frustrating hell. And people are enjoying, and people are having a fun time with it. You know? Joking around about it being rough, because this place is hell. I remember when cake was a good joke. Yeah. Yeah. I don't. That time has been erased from my meat. Brain... The joy in my heart has slowly left. I now had to get up to a pretty substantial part of this, admittedly. Like, look at this jump. Yeah. Now, I think I briefly got to the end of this one, if I remember correctly. Oh, neat. That's nice, neat. glad you... got to... Okay, talking and doing this at the same time is actually quite hard. Oh! My duty just popped. Time for a break! The other duties will hopefully pop slower than this as well. Oh, we got someone doing the cutscene, that's fine. Yeah, I want to level up Machinist because I like shooting things, apparently. We good? We good? We good? Good, buddy? Oh shit, I'm not playing on the right controls. Right. Sorry, a thing with this is that, number this is a dungeon. Number 2, jumpy puzzles are easier on the keyboard controls. I'm usually using a different setup. Because I've got the mouse pad for streaming and for this stuff. And some heavily modified engine controller, no. No, my controllers, it's basically one of those like macro pads that Razer sell. So basically I've mapped everything to be quite I'm standing too close to the other area. But yeah. Yeah, basically I can shoot stuff. I think is, but essentially I've remapped the number keys onto a square pad where I can keep my hands on them at all times, which is honestly half of why I probably like this game as much as I do, is that the controls are way nicer on me than they would be otherwise. Although it leads to some weird setups, like the whole the fact that I've got big blocks and not, you know, like the usual sort of stuff that people would have lines. Yeah, I've genuinely considered trying out the controller, mostly because I wanted to play it in bed and I couldn't really afford to move my entire keyboard setup. But Green key. You got that? Okay. Read only. A masochist? I mean, mostly because I thought it would be fun to, like... Whee! I thought it might be fun to, try out having a little bit more. Yeah, buddy. I have power of gun on my side. People play. Oh god, yeah, no, you're right. But to be fair, I don't think I'd play War. I'm not going to move. I'm not going to decide that I'm willing to put up with Blizzard's bullshit just because I like MMOs. I like a single MMO of that style now. Oh, I actually pressed the heal button. Whoopsie. I'm going to take a little bit to get things. It's just, I mean, one of my promises with this game is that I was always going to be not a Warcraft player, quote unquote, that I would only do the things I actually want to. It turns out what I want to do is a lot more than I initially expected. I'll say that much, but like, did we get a key? Did we get a key? Oh god! Oh god. Nearest key is... yeah. Be speedy. Oh dear, they're off. They're off without us. Yeah, these guys don't care, they're out there. Got into the boss room, lads! Oh no! Correctly posting out chest cuts, I don't remember why. I don't think the person who told me remembered why. I guess it's just the one that we should be shooting at. With a gun. Oh dear, I've just had a horrifying brain thought. I'm currently playing chicken gun. God, I'm literally wearing this shirt right now. Dang. Yeah, this place is a, oh, mansion. Okay. Okay, do anything except this thing. Like, I've heard that people don't like Maximus generally, but I kind of am enjoying it so far. Maybe it's because it hasn't done any of the complex shit yet, but it's just like... I like to just be able to shoot a bunch of stuff at someone. And I find it cooler than being a confused archer. Like, maybe it's because it's less utility, technically, than the other ranged DPS of the sort. Like, honestly, I'm just like... I think we have to look away for this one yet. Okay, forget to look away, I'll just wait. Okay, we physically have to look away. I always muck that up. Every time. I mean, I also main Black Mage, but like... Okay, so... The reason I'm doing a quite specific thing is that there are several types of things in this game. That's not it. I'm sorry. Oh, dang. The way that the way this game works is that after a certain point, they decide to split things into roles more than the individual jobs having their own quests. Okay. Whatever. Do I want any of the stuff? Yeah, so there's actually a few different things in how this works. The role thing. Here, they're split up. So you've got the tank roles, which are more vital. The healer roles, which are again kind of more vital. And as a result, I'm maining Warrior and White Mage. I was originally playing Paladin, but then I realised Warrior is way more fun. And also doesn't make me feel like I'm part of the Catholic Church. White Mage, real fun. Haven't really enjoyed Scholar and Soju, but haven't played much of them yet. Might enjoy Sage as well. Who knows? But yeah, magical range DPS and physical range DPS are separate. I have a magical range DPS. Technically, I could also be leveling Summoner, but I'm not going to right now. Bard, I'm still not sure which of the physical range DPS I like the most. No. White Mage is really good, is the thing. Like, I genuinely really like White Mage a lot. But, yeah, so... I'm kind of having trouble with the melee DPS I want to play more than anything, because... Okay, the only one that kind of appeals to me so far is Reaper, because I'm a edgelord or whatever the fuck. I don't know. That one doesn't unlock for a while. I genuinely enjoy White Mage. Like, it's currently the class I'm playing the most because I've reached the level cap with Black Mage. Yeah, I'm kind of... Dragoon's the one I'm enjoying the most. I mean, Dark Knight I haven't actually unlocked Dark Knight yet. I can, but my partner, who is a fan of this game more than me, has insisted that I wait to a certain point in the story before I unlock Dark Knight. I don't entirely understand why, but, you know, it happens. Anyway, okay, so there's a bonus for doing a random guild test, sure. This will be the only short queue, I think. Oh, I just went the entirely wrong way around. I'm smart. Okay, guild tests are a lot shorter, but there's basically a first-time completion bonus for each time you do them with a new job. So I'm going to use those, partly because, again, first-time completion bonus. Dang. But honestly, mostly just because the queue times will be longer because less people want to play them. They're not as fun as dungeons, what can I say? But also, you know, first-time completion bonus, good way to level up. A class that starts as low as Machinist does. You know. Okay. Oh. It's a bomb noise. frightens me. Oh, okay, I'm not sure if I ever quite worked out how this next jump works. I think I actually want to go from like here. Whoop. Damn. Close. 11. Here we are. Ow. I may uncommit to this bit at some point with the avatar. I threw this together very quickly. Because I knew inevitably I would end up doing another Final Fantasy stream for something unique enough, and that I would want to do the avatar as a joke. And then I only gave her one expression because the photo mode's a bit of a pest. Or, you know, it was more that I was considering cutting them all out, but, you know. I might just go back to my actual good avatar in a bit. It's a... I didn't even have the Mandeville dance unlocked when I made this avatar. This joke's been brewing for like 2 weeks. I completed the Hildebrand quests during that period. Of course, if you've got an eagle eye, you'll now know. Oh wait, no, you can't see my emotes because the avatar's in the way. I do in fact have the avatars, the emotes now. This is the thing that makes this really annoying, is that it does put you in positions to fail spectacularly at any moment. At any moment. This is why I included the brake system. This is why I have the queue to force me to take breaks from doing this, because I think I might die if that wasn't the case. This is an endurance test. This is an endurance test. There's a real knack to getting the jumps just right. And the way I'm manipulating the camera is also important. Well, not important, but important in my particular case at least. Yeah, it's a DPS. I mean, yes, technically speaking. I'm not currently doing DPS. I'm doing jumps per second, JPS. But... and it's less about... ah! Mostly about accuracy than in this. Precision. Knowing that you can't control your aerial movement very well mid-flight. You know, MMO stuff. You managed 30 minutes, meat? That's like one whole cutscene. Rhoda, yeah. Move them over to Goblin. Come hang out, Rhoda. Oh wait, you won't have actually unlocked the ability to leave the starting area yet, will you? Oh Jesus. Like, I will say, I've enjoyed. Yeah, like, I should not actually, I don't want to encourage people to play this because this has become kind of a hyperfixation for me, and I can't escape. And as a result, that means no one I know and love can escape because I'm very bad at holding back about talking about hyperfixations, as you may have noticed by everything about. But I love this game. I have a great time with it. Don't play it. Let me check my playtime. Total playtime, 14 days, 19 hours, 16 minutes. Ow! What? The cool objects don't hit me. Cool objects don't just hit me. Okay. Hold on. Let's just do some setup. I actually don't know what's going on. Oh god. Oh, people are messaging me. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah!
Okay, cool object zone. Not rating you. Right. What do I show people? Well, you said hyperfixation. Let's get to one of my previous ones. I currently have like 4 or 5 folders full of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, right? This is the one where I had to get a Pokemon-sized one. But, so, let's go through this folder quick. You're only getting one folder. Okay, this is the token zone. It appears I've taken out some of the tokens to actually use. But, bit of luck. Can I get the... Oh, it's sideways. Right. Because we've got the Yugi's little X token. Got ones that came with the Albaz starter decks, which were kind of the... Hold on. The stand that usually holds this can hold the cards. Yes, that's better. Yeah, these ones are like, they got a bit of weird lore on them. I don't really care. This is just somewhere I need somewhere to put the tokens. Most of these are nostalgic cards, though. This is the blue-eye shining dragon that we got stuck in a bookshelf for most of our lives. Like, me and my brother both had this. We tried to hide it in a bookshelf, and it got stuck down the back until we replaced said bookshelf. Which was years. It has a big old crease down the middle of it. I'm not sure if that's entirely visible on camera. It's not a good card. My collection of the Silent Swordsman cards. This thing's beat to shit. I always wanted to use Silent Swordsman, but I couldn't, because the cards are bad. Similarly, Armed Dragon level monsters. I actually did have these as my main deck for ages. Right? They also suck. Like, they've tried retraining them with, like, the Armed Dragon Thunder and the Armed Dragon Thunderbolt, but it's just not good. Similarly, the Penguins are in here because Penguin Soldier was one of my first and favourite cards. I'm never going to use Penguin Sword, but, you know. Command Knight, this is one of the tin ones from ages ago. This thing was good because the effect of Command Knight is that it can't be attacked if you have any other card on the field, right? This combines with some other effects to make it so your opponent can't attack. Specifically, rare gold armor was what I used, which meant that you could only select the equipped monster. So basically, this fucker would soft lock the opponent temporarily. Ghost Nudge to Cal, never got that working. We got one of the Vic Viper cards and Reload, Lord of D, and the Flute of Summoning Dragon, and 2 copies of Shadow Spell, I guess. One of my first ultimate rare cards, Greed. You may notice the effect on it. Right, it's an ultimate rare, which made me assume it was good. It isn't good. It's really fucking bad. So, I built a deck around this. I tried to build a deck around Greed several times. Didn't work out. Blue Eyes Toon Dragon, Toon Gemini Elf, and Toon World. I mostly kept these because I actually pulled this Blue Eyes Toon Dragon from I think it was Dark Revelations? Dark Beginnings, where they did one of the reprint sets. It's probably the rarest card I got out of that reprint set. Starter deck Blackluster Soldier, a non-starter deck Blackluster Ritual. Don't know where the spell went. This is from the Usuratory deck stuff, as is the Cloud Magician. Another card that I'd have loved to use if it wasn't shit. Some Dark Necrophere and Curse Necrophere I got from... I got them from those packs I opened on stream at one point. I definitely got this Zozoel from those. Another Legendary deck one. This is one from the Advent Calendar. I think Ceremonial Bell is very funny. Gotta reveal your hand, lads. 2 Barrel Dragon, because that was a gift. These I have some nostalgia attached to. I'm never going to use Whale Cages. I just think Tribal Brigade kit is cute. I don't want to play Tribal Brigade, which is cute. The dinosaurs. Which, after watching me get excited about pulling these in the Advent Calendar videos, my brother decided to get me playsets of all of them. So I've got playsets of all of the Doodle Beast cards. Which is a shame, because they're unfucking usable. But I just look at my boys, they're little doodly boys. I love them. Master of Oz here. This thing is notable for having fucking 4,000 attack and no other good features. There. Maha Velo was a classic equip spell guy. This is a weird retrain that I don't think is very good, but I kept it because nostalgia. But Maha Velo himself, he gets an extra 500 attack for each equip spell. If you got like any decent equip spell on him, his attack became absurdly high. And he's an easy one to summon, so that was pretty good back in the day. Moki Moki. Hungry Burger, Jerry Beansman, Sonic Duck, Grandpa. These are the cards that I meme about. These are the cards that I find funny and nobody else does, probably. I paid money. I actually bought this because we had to ask for someone for directions to a Yu-Gi-Oh card shop. Me and my brother when we were on holiday. We asked for directions. They didn't have any cards apart from some really old, like, crusty singles from years ago. So, to say thanks for them being so helpful and pointing us to a card shop that actually sold cards, I bought Moki Moki King for way over the price I should have. But look at... I love Moki Moki King. Look at this fucking dumbass. No thoughts in his head. Patrician of Darkness was one that I used to love. As a kid, not very good. Shadow Ghoul, very good if you lose the card game very easily, was my thoughts at the time. I was wrong. Boy Cotton, Dancing Fairy, this is one of the first cards I ever had, I think. Boy Cotton's just cute. As is the Zombie. Cyber Tutu, I think is my Trans Awakening, maybe. Stealth Bird, and Out of Luck. Similarly, these are like one of the really early cards I I'd got, as with Cat's Ear Tribe, it's no good, but like, you know, and Heart Clear Water, I always try, this one, I was made a card, it protects any monster with lower than 1,300 attack from being destroyed by battle. This is not good by modern standards. I was always trying to work out a way to break this thing by using either Cybertooth or Cat's Ear Tribe to make some sort of combo go, but it never worked. This Monster Reborn is mostly kept because it still says Magic card on it. This thing's so old, they hadn't had the lawsuit issues yet. And this we just ran around recently in the house. I was like, you know what, my brother's not going to claim VWXYZ Dragon Catapult Cannon, I might as well keep it. Also, at the back of the book, I have a random... for some reason, someone gave me a Magic the Gathering token at some point, and I was like, I'm going to keep this thing. And briefly, my collection of Pokemon cards, which were a gift from a... Oh my goodness, I'm sounding a bit of a wobble. These were a gift from a friend to do with a... it was a DeviantArt thing. Which is why they're all the two Pokemon that I had overseas of. But also these are very pretty. Got my Dragonairs. Good collection of Dragonairs, actually. Including this like pre-release one for a Delta species, which is really interesting. Dark Dragonair. Even this, like, the flipping collectible cards that weren't part of the game. This one I think might be fake, but it does look cool. And then I've also got 3 Litwick and Detective Pikachu from the Detective Pikachu DVD. I'm sorry, the Pokemon talk is now over. That was the cool object zone, I guess. Delta species was a cool idea. I wish that had gotten... well, I kind of wish rather than whatever they did with the hats in the latest Pokemon game, they just made them Delta species. That would have been cool. A really cool way of doing it. But yeah. Okay, whenever I can't think of anything else to do with the cool object zone, you will, in fact, just get a bunch of cardboard. There. Oh, I didn't know they got that interesting with Del species. Like, grass kind of made sense to me, but, like, you know, but I didn't think they actually did that. I didn't think they did, like, really fancy stuff, but that's cool, especially in the context of the card game, where you kind of have to make the deck around one type or like 2 types because it's based on Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I've been thinking, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Just conceptually, not necessarily to play the thing, because the problem is Yu-Gi-Oh! Works... Oh god, what? Sorry! The guild has fault as I got hit by an explosion. That was a fucking nightmare. Holy shit. Oh. But yeah, like... Delta species were a cool idea, right? Yeah, murder this man. There is supposed to be strategy to this, but the answer to that, the real thing you need to do here is literally just keep shooting this man. There's a reason they don't like you as much. Okay, make sure that he doesn't die at least. And yep, done. Hey, recommendation. Not barely worth doing on these, but I'm going to anyway. Understand, this is why people don't deal with them. Oh, this one's playing as a... Oh god, you're a gun breaker, you deserve better. And we're done. It says chat. Completion bonus. And we're done. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, oh, that's the thing I hate about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that they don't credit the artists. They really fucking should. I actually really don't like that. They don't. What is the... The snooze ads button doesn't seem to be working anymore. That's weird. Well, I guess you're doing 3 minutes of ads in a second. Sorry, everyone. I'm going to see if that's... Has Twitch changed something? Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't credit the artist unless it's Kazuki Takahashi. Which sucks. Like, genuinely, that's one of the worst things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, you can find out some of the artists behind it, but it's like, they don't credit them. Sorry, you're in... Yeah, I genuinely think that's awful. I really, really dislike that about Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually. Like, it's, to be fair, Magic and Pokemon always went a bit more creative with the artwork. I'll say that. Especially Pokemon, where you get like fucking claymation Pokemon cards sometimes, stuff like that. Like, you got some really cool stuff. But like, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Generally just sticks to the same sort of vaguely anime style nowadays. Especially as when they were a bit more weird with who did the card art, they did have some issues with plagiarism. Like, I don't think, to be fair, all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Players I know are lovely people. Okay, I know of at least one Yu-Gi-Oh! Player who's a shit, but like, generally speaking, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Player base seems lovely and pretty good about trans people, and a lot of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards are very, very gay. Like, I did not realise how gay the my favourite archetype, the evil/live twins, were until I tried to convince someone they were gay, showed them a single card, and they went, oh no, these guys are definitely gay. They're definitely lying about their relationship to their fans. Sorry. But yeah, but they are not so good about crediting the artists on the actual cards. Nowadays, they don't even credit Kazuki Takahashi. Originally, he was the one on every single card as the copyright owner, but before he died, they swapped the copyright information to be Konami, TV Tokyo, the companies behind it, rather than the one guy who invented the manga, which is technically crediting more people, but is also crediting less actual people, and in fact just pretending that a corporation makes this product instead. I think that's genuinely shitty. Like, I understand that they don't want to change the card layout on Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, because part of the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! That's really cool is that basically there's been no changes to the cards in like years. Like, you have to look super carefully to be able to tell the difference between a card printed in 2009 and the reprint of it from like last year. You'd have to look. But also that means that because they didn't credit the artists on the original designs, they will never be able to credit the artists unless they remove the copyright of a company that doesn't deserve the fucking credit, because Konami fucking sucks. Like, Konami bad. Fuck Konami. This shit. Okay. Sorry, I made a weird noise there. Okay. There are two routes. Needs to be a main change. Yeah, a little blurb. I think that like Magic the Gathering's card design is generally like physical card design. Like honestly, it's the UI design. I hate to call it the UI design, but it's the fucking UI design. Fuck. The UI design is way better, right? And you can tell that that Konami could do better, because they made the Rush Duel cards way better. their design is cooler. Like, I don't think they're as iconic, mostly because they never fucking localized rush duels. Like, Jesus. But like, if you look up the UK rush duel cards, like, those things are way better laid out, right? I don't remember if they credit the artists still, which, again, fucking sucks. Like, it really does suck that, like, the only artists who really get credit for the cards are, like, if Kazuka Takahashi has done an exclusive one with his signature on it, which, to be fair, are some of the coolest artworks on the flipping cards. But, like, it sucks. Yeah. I feel like they did credit the artist on early Pokemon cards. But that is a thing where Pokemon is way ahead of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is where they really should credit those artists, because those artists are half of what make the fucking card. Like, in Yu-Gi-Oh's case, literally half. Like, the pictures are massive on Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. But especially as, like, the part of the reason that these cards are collectible things is because they are pretty. Like, I didn't really get to show off any particularly rare ones on stream, because that was my nostalgia binder. But, like, there's some gorgeous Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, ones that don't even show up on camera properly. Like, I think I've got like an ultimate rare Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames, that I pulled as a kid. That one I think I showed off on an early Cool Object Zone and is kept in a protected case at this point, because it's one of the only 2 cards I have that are worth jack shit. But it's like, and that one isn't even one of the prettier ultimate rares, and it's still really gorgeous. And I've also got that, it's a Millennium rare, I think it is, of the, what's it called? Oh, Dark Magician Girl. And it's also a misprint, so it's technically unique, I think. But it's really hard to pick up how cool it looks on camera, because it's about how the light shines off it. That's what's really cool about it. And I've seen, my brother owns a Ghost Rare Red Eyes Black Dragon, I believe, from when they were doing Ghosts from the Past. And those things are cool, because they look like a blank card if you just take a picture of it. But the artwork is hidden in the sort of, in the reflection. So, when you look at it, it's like, holy shit, this thing looks cool as fuck. Right? Damn it. And it's unfortunate that most Ghost Rares are just classic card art, because, I'll be honest, some of the older card arts are a bit outdated. Like, oh crap. Like, I think there are cooler versions of the Red Eyes Black Dragon than the original. That you get like a starter deck. Because the Duel Monsters, like the original cards, they tend to get a lot of alternate art. Honestly, a lot of the protagonist anime cards tended to get like a decent amount of alt art. There's like 700 different Dark Magicians, including some that are stupidly rare just because they were printed in a weird way. Oh, shite. And of course, none of the artists are fucking credited unless they're Kazuka Takahashi, and even then, you kind of had to work out that it's him that did it. Like, if you don't have the meta knowledge, you don't know who drew that. Could have been Bob Konami. You don't know. I also find it funny that there is literally a few Dark Magician Girl cards that were never printed because Kazuka Takahashi made the titties too big and refused to let them make them smaller. So, that's Yu-Gi-Oh, everybody. Fuck. targeting right now. Oh god, Silver, no! I can't do it until the end of this dungeon! Fuck! Ah, Silver! Did that actually fire Mr. Mares at me? It should have. Don't worry, Silver, it's fine. Inconvenient timing is not the end of the world. That is also a thing where it's like, technically different printings might have different rules as well. Ah, dodge! Is it here? A dog. Everybody's favourite dog. Okay. Yeah, again, these sort of... I like these sort of group little missions you can do. They aren't very good. They're, like, short, but not very fun, if we're honest. You know, like... I understand that they were replacing a feature from 1.0, essentially, but that's kind of a lot of the bad things in this game are, hey, that was a thing replacing 1.0. Okay, there we go, you know what, I'm just going to give commendations to the 4 people who are having to also level their characters in this. Like, yeah, time to... Anyway, Mr. Mare's been summoned. Hold on, let me sit at pretty much here. Let's help people out for a second. Yeah! Yeah, I'm about right. Yeah. That means that people who are having trouble will be able to do this, while I deal with the fact that I forgot to boot up Mr. Mare. Oh yeah, Pokemon cards had lore blurbs, didn't they? Pokemon cards are cool. Like, I don't like the card game itself, but Pokemon cards are, like, pretty cool collectibles. The problem is I can't afford them. But, you know, like, okay, I'm gonna have to do some jiggery-pokery here in order to... There we go! There we go. I did some trickery and Mr. Mare is now summoned. Thanks, Silver. Thank you, Silver. I can't not have both of them going at once, so, Aha! A friend! Greetings! Mr. Mare is my name, and I've been looking at some good old future cards. Alrighty then, let's be started. I will be picking 3 cards for you. Then I look at them cards and tell you what they mean. Aha! You got the card. The angry noodle friend. You found the mystery shard. Let us now look at them together now. You have too many pencils. Good thing happened to those who... Doing this will lead to many sugar. Now that reading is done, it's story time! It started one exquisite afternoon. I was about to go camping at my house. But then Mrs. Mayor turned up. That was latest. But no, Monsieur le Maire, I had to take the train. Ah! I don't know what that means. Ah! And then I ate a big pile of onion toasts. Yum, yum, yum. And that's when I saw the hungry forbidden geometries. I've never had a dark dragonite, actually. That thing was cool. I could never get a dark dragonite, which was a nightmare. But I loved that. I loved them. Hold on. I have a dark dragonite now, and now I don't have the I have the dark dragonite now, dragonair now, and now I don't have the dark dragonite. Oh my god! Oh, I messed up. Light dragonite. I might be thinking of light dragonite. Why are there so many dragonites? Well, because it's cool. But that's when I saw the hungry for big geometries. Time meters. Or did I? Or did it? But since you are here, do you fancy some nutritious vegetable icicles? They hasn't killed me yet! Nutritious vegetable icicles. Oh my god, my body is just not audible. Oh god. Oh no. Oopsie. Well, I mean, you can still see it happening. Also, speaking of which, cool object zone. There, I did it. Ow. It's time to be jumping. Hold on, let's remove strongholds. Now I can keep jumping. Wow. Wow, I'm in hell. 44. I mean, of course they keep printing it because that's the thing. Part of Yu-Gi-Oh's appeal is that there is no rotation. There should be rotation formats, in my opinion. Like, that should be an option to play with a rotation, maybe. But the main Yu-Gi-Oh format is every card ever printed, except the ones that are banned. I love that. It's a terrible idea when you're designing a card game, but it's great. But it also means that they're pretty good about reprinting old cards that are relevant. Especially if it becomes relevant and the old card then becomes worth $500 because it was only printed in, like, fucking Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon. They'll then probably do a reprint in a set that's all shiny cards to allow it to be available to more people. This is actually what happened to a lot of old vanilla fusion monsters in Ghosts of the Past 1, which is why I have a shiny the ultra rare version of Sandwich, a vanilla fusion that is the fusion between Sangan and Witch of the Black Forest, and is otherwise completely fucking useless, except if you want to summon it off a card that summons vanilla fusion cards without the materials. I love Sandwich. Sandwich is my friend. But yeah, like, a lot of those cards, it turns out, had niche uses when you're using things like Instant Fusion to do the other summoning conditions later in the game. Like Synchro or XEs, where the number of stars matter. So being able to just summon a random card that's useless except for the fact that it has 4 stars, just out of nowhere, is actually really, really good. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I remember being, like, 10 or something, and there were, like, Japanese Pokemon cards that I'd found in a market somewhere, and I really wanted those things because they looked so cool. Like, Don't make me get back into collecting Pokemon cards. I don't want to play the game. I will die. Also, the problem is, one of the only Pokemon cards I really miss when... Okay, I gave away all my original Pokemon cards at some point as a kid, when I quit playing it. Mostly to convince my parents that the whole card wouldn't be flooded with two separate types of collectible cards when I took up Yu-Gi-Oh! But I lost some cool Pokemon cards, in my opinion. The one I missed the most was, I think it was a first edition Chansey. Like, one of the original ones. It was like the rarest card I ever had from Pokemon, possibly. And I love that thing just because, again, it seems that gay trading cards are the way I realised I was trans. I'm gonna put Chansey up there. Chansey made me trans. Send tweet. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I am tempted to play that at some point, but, I mean, the thing is, I don't have access to recording my Switch on stream, you see. If I was to, for example, be able to afford some sort of capture card device, if maybe, like, people were to help me afford that by donating and subscribing kindly to my stream and supporting the things, maybe I could also then buy a copy of the... No, I'm not going to guarantee I do that, but I would, probably. That would be a fun thing to stream. And it'd be a relatively cheap one to access, I'd say. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Wow. I've been jumping so much I'm forgetting how to play the game. Hey! Okay. Yes, again, I give a player conjuration. You know, you're playing Black Mage. That's hard. There, you get that. You get the commendation. Yeah! I love the player commendation. This game is very much designed around being nice to other people, and that's good. There's a lot of things in here. Yeah. I don't understand magic very much, so I kind of wanted to play with the Doctor Who magic cards they've released recently, but then Wizards of the Coast continued to be a company I never want to give money to ever again, and I decided that no, I'll just look up the artwork on Google instead. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. If you're having trouble with Yu-Gi-Oh! In the modern format, what I'd say is seek out older formats that are a bit slower. Because part of Yu-Gi-Oh's problem is, again, it's just years and years of power creep. Right? Yu-Gi-Oh's another of those things where it's like, I love this. Probably best that nobody ever gets into it, but I love it. Because every deck is a combo deck. Every deck is using basically every card ever, meaning that somebody has found the weird optimum solution. Like, I'm fairly sure there was a period where people, they needed a rock normal monster with a certain amount of attack, right? So they went through the Yu-Gi-Oh! Archives and found a monster, like, from 2003 that fit the thing, and used that. And that meant that that card became really expensive because it was technically the best thing you could summon. Then people realized that a card which was an Easter Island head that fired lasers was technically only a little bit weaker, and as a result they started using that to inflict psychic damage upon their opponent. Even though it was technically suboptimal, it worked exact same, so you started using that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game for fucking pedants. But yeah, the problem is Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about, is there a Yu-Gi-Oh! Strat to overcome dysphoria? Yes, playful. No, that's a joke. Genuinely is one of. Oh. Yeah, Master Duel. Yeah, Master Duel is actually a lot more comprehensible than paper. Like, simulators make it a lot easier. Master Duel has a weird ban list, which causes things to get a bit, I mean, you shouldn't buy a load of Yu-Gi-Oh cards like I did. Be free of the horrors of this nightmare world. And also, Konami does not deserve your money. Look. They don't. The Dragon Demon Lazy Boot. Honestly, good call. Labyrinth is, I genuinely want to try out Labyrinth, but, also it's currently, like, the best strategy in Master Duel, I think. And not because it's fun, to play against, and I feel guilty about that sort of shit. Yeah. There's a reason I've contained Yu-Gi-Oh! To a single channel in the stream Discord. Speaking of which, I have a stream Discord. Suffer. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is... I was talking to a friend earlier, and they linked a post about how melee attacks worked in Dungeons and Dragons. And that... Amazing, thank you. I'm bad at plugging. But yeah, so, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game for pedants. The thing is, that's kind of semi-by design, right? Because, okay, one of the most iconic moments in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime is a moment where Yugi is dueling against a person who has a copy of Slife of the Sky Dragon, and has used a strategy to basically infinitely summon monsters in order to be able to summon Slife of the Sky Dragon. And the way that Yugi deals with this is by being a gameplay pedant. So, Slife of the Sky Dragon has an effect where you will basically... where if a monster with a certain amount of attack is summoned, it is destroyed. Right? So, the way that Yugi beats this guy is tricking him into having Slifer destroy his own monster, which then causes him to draw a card, I think? Shooting the opponent with a gun would have been a good solution as well, but no. It doesn't... yeah. In Yu-Gi-Oh! The resource system is drawing cards, which is why stuff like Pot of Greed is so overpowered, where in another card game, it would not be so much of a problem. Because half the cards you'd be drawing are like energy or land or whatever. So, Yu-Gi-Oh! There are literally decks which can summon infinitely. I was talking about Yugi using the Slifer trick to cause the opponent to basically draw until they had no more cards and lose without actually having Slifer the Sky Dragon be destroyed, which is a really cool way to point out that the God cards actually do kinda suck. Like, nobody really plays them in competitive because they're not actually that good. They're a cool, like, anime moment thing, but they're actually pretty weak by modern standards. They could probably release the broken, horrible versions from the, like, from the anime, and it would probably still be busted. Oh! Pot of Greed, what does it do? You draw 2 cards down. You draw 2 cards. There is no drawback to this. You draw 2 cards. Pot of Greed is banned to this day. It's too good. As I said, no energy system. So there's no disadvantage. Zapdos Silver 65. I bet there's loops like that in Pokemon as well, but like, the thing is, those loops get patched out because the card pool's rotating. Yu-Gi-Oh's just like that. If the developer of Yu-Gi-Oh, well, I know, don't worry, Dan, I know that you meant it with reference to me, but like, yeah, so, I just like to stonewall that meme at this point. Welcome here, by the way. But yeah, words. I'm gonna have a sit down for a bit. I'm just gonna go lie in the ocean. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, so... These are all that I haven't done yet, right? I did not press the join button. I'm not smart. Well, there's Hearthstone, yeah. Probably a good idea, like... Hearthstone? I tried Hearthstone. Had a bit of fun with it. But, getting the cards was a nightmare in that game. Like, as much as Master Duel has serious problems, most of them tied to the fact that it is a Yu-Gi-Oh simulator and not a simulation for a better card game. It is actually very kind about how many cards you can get for free in that game. Like, you get so many cards. Like, you can, it's really nice to get a deck in that. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh kind of like... What's my thing? Pedantry. So let's use Master Duel. Master Duel is weird because it is a format that contains a card called Maxi. This card is banned in the trading card game side of the America and Europe version of Yu-Gi-Oh! It is not banned in Japan and the OCG areas, Japan and China, sort of East Asia areas, generally speaking. Oh. Wow, that was quick. But yeah, so one of the fun things you could do in Master Duel, because Maxi was a thing, was build a deck that could special summon infinitely. Meaning that if somebody played Maxi against you, because that card made it you drew cards when your opponent special summons, usually this kind of just breaks the game, right? Like, this means that anyone doing the 700 combo deck things that are kind of the norm for Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point, combo decks are kind of what you do now, right? Where you summon a load of things in one turn. But, if your opponent plays Maxi, that basically means you get stuck in a position where you either give them basically the resource that everyone, the only resource in the game in abundance, or you just, or you have summoned one monster which does nothing because your deck was built around summoning a bunch. Maxi changes the way the game is played, basically, is the thing with it. Now, that causes the problem, but that means if you have a deck that can basically summon infinitely, you're also a bird, you get a commendation. Basically, if you have as a result, that means if you can summon infinitely, essentially you can make your opponent deck out off their own copy of Maxi. And people would do that. It has become less prevalent now because people worked out counters to that strategy. Thanks, me. Thanks for adding. But yeah, like, Yeah, like that sort of bullshit where you beat the opponent via some incredibly weird shit is the spirit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right? That is what I find the most fun to do in this card game. However, it's also kind of a thing that's like... I just... Yeah, no. Being a disgusting monster that's Yu-Gi-Oh! It's very, honestly, like... I actually find it more fun to watch other people play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than actually play it at this point. Because it's like... The fun of this for me is beating people with something fucking stupid. Like, it just... things like... Oh god, what got... What got censored there? Accident... Oh, it was a link. Okay. Apologies. Don't bring attention to that. Oh yeah, that guy was a judge. That guy was a judge. The manga showed people that it's about murdering people and gambling, and also doing ridiculous shit, right? That's what that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about, doing something incredibly ridiculous. And although you'll get like the consistent combo decks that are actually the best strategy in a lot of these things, right? You do still get like you do still get like MBT and Acme for Genius. Yeah! No, MBT's fun. he knows how that man produces content. Okay, am I gonna... Yeah, you've got a cool avatar. Accommodations don't mean shit in this right now. It was disqualified because it couldn't be shuffled. Yeah, they had to find a reason. That is why there is a... That is literally why there's a max deck size in Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. Like, that guy kept saying we should probably have a max deck size, lads. And no one listened until he did that. Right? Like, Yu-Gi-Oh's about that sort of thing. Like, the very first card game in the entirety of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about beating someone with an alternate win condition that is such a pain to pull off that it is a shock to another player when it happens. Right? Like, and there are still things like that. Like, there are a few, like, most of the original alternate win conditions, like Destiny Board and Exodia, are actually kind of hard to pull off. They're not very consistent. Although you definitely can, and it's very funny when you do. Especially if you found a new, unique way to do it. I guess I'm basically just... actual friend of previously mentioned MBT, his username is Luke Von Karma, but I think he's actually called something completely different. I don't know why his username is Luke Von Karma. But he does a lot of highlight videos on YouTube about people highlighting the things they've done in games, usually Master Duel, games of Yu-Gi-Oh! And it never gets less funny to see someone somehow pull off Exodia in some ridiculous fashion. Laser Duelist, yeah. Oh yeah, that's kind of the predecessor to Master Duel, actually. I think it's actually a lot of the same code, potentially. It's probably more fun because, like, you don't have to deal with them changing the ban list like you do in Master Duel. And, you know, other people. Other people are the worst thing on the internet, don't worry. Complex card games. The days of 4,269 card decks and magicians with boobs. I mean, yeah. I mean, is that not the appeal of Yu-Gi-Oh? I admit, again, it's like they had to actually add a maximum card limit because of that time a judge bought the actual cut deck that large to a tournament. Like, literally, that guy's the reason that happened. It's great. It's so funny. Admittedly, Konami would never admit that, but it was definitely that. But like, if that hadn't been changed, you probably would see people trying to pull off something like that. Oh my god. I've remembered a stupid Yu-Gi-Oh card. That grass is greener is a Yu-Gi-Oh card where you basically start milling your entire deck until you have the same number of cards that your opponent has in theirs. It's usually used in like gimmick strategies on Master Duel. Imagine if they hadn't. Oh hell yeah! OCR? I don't know what OCR is off the top of my head, but like, I'm glad people play that. Like, I think that card games do have a bit of an accessibility problem, huh? Because you've got to. If you're like blind, you kind of can't read the card. They don't produce braille versions of the cards because you could cheat with those. And that sucks. I really wish they'd, you know, make it. I don't know how you would make an actual paper card game accessible. Oh my god. Why did they draw it over there? I'm gonna pop the rotten plazas out. Oh Christ. Okay, you can still just kill this thing, but we've ignored the. Oh, thanks for the Sundan! Sundan SC93. I should read your whole username. What if there's multiple Dans? I don't know. How many Dans are there in the world? There can't be more than 7, right? Why am I like that? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Well, that was a disaster. that was it. I'm gonna do a GG. I have to be nice. I'm compelled to be nice. There must be a lot of them. You know what, Bard? You also lived through that. Yeah. The thing is, it's also like that's kind of part of how the game works. Again, like. There's a plot point in the anime about somebody multiple times in the anime where someone cheats, and that's like a plot point, right? They just go, yeah, no, this is how this person is cheating at card games. Aren't they a stinker? In my Valentine's case, literally a stinker because she was using perfume to cheat, which makes no fucking sense. But it's a cartoon show. Who cares? But it was still fun. And again, that's kind of... Yu-Gi-Oh! Became this way because it started off as a long-running comic and animated show. Like, the practice time cheating, pretty much always, kind of? Optional character recognition. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I'm glad. Because, yeah, like, it's hard to be accessible in all respects, but I do try to be as accessible in the stuff I make as possible. Like, I made sure that Laser says because of the stench of any given universe without any perf. No, please. Possessed by Long Jade Pharaoh, like children's carding this tournament legal. I mean, okay. We could probably get into whether that's legal or not, but like, I think it would probably be. I think most people would count that as coaching. Like that would be the equivalent of somebody helping you play, right? So yeah, kind of. Yugi is cheating at all times, or he's pretending to be his friend who lives in his head. Admittedly, it's like. Look, I don't know. I don't know how being plural would affect you in a card game in real life, but I forget how you're actually supposed to deal with this mechanic. I think there's a way. Yeah. Oh no, I'm not. I tried to multiply it. I didn't know about plurality. Actually, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Series are very plural. like, obviously it's because Yugi did it in the first series. They've kind of gone with the having a mystic helper thing is kind of like a trope of the show now. Oh, come to you. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, got guys still. Hey! I've just realised I didn't eat my stacks. Yeah, I don't know, because it's like... I guess in real life people just consider plural people's, like... entire deal? They kind of just treat them as one player for the sake of the thing, because it's not like you're getting outside knowledge. You know? While with, it's slightly different. But like, yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal? I watched a bit of that to see what it was like, right? Yeah, that is part of the thing, is that people aren't really open about being plural, because, like, you know, people do get quite judged for that. I know a few plural people. One of my partners is plural, so I'm a bit more sensitive about that sort of thing. Or more aware, I should say. Maybe sensitive is the wrong word. But, yeah, apparently Dan's been playing with kaijus. I'm sorry I missed that for so long, but yeah. Kaijus were a fun idea. In competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! They generally just get used as a way to remove other people's monsters. But, like, the idea of setting up giant monster battles, including taking away your opponent's stuff to do it, is real fun. Like, that's one of the things about Yu-Gi-Oh! That's cool, is that they do weird shit constantly. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Things, in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, it's basically, it's almost like a parody of the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, where a guy finds a necklace that gives him a friend who plays card games good. Except unlike Yugi, who is at least somewhat competent at the card game in his own right, if not necessarily as strong as the Pharaoh. Especially in early Zexal, Yuya actually just fucking sucks at Yu-Gi-Oh! It's annoying, but it's also very funny. Because it's just like, yeah, this guy sucks! Someone keeps healing me and I don't know why. Thank you, whoever's healing me. Oh, it's a naked man. Terrific. Because, in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, I think later on, Yubel is, like, technically, Jaden Yuki's spirit friend or something. Oh, God. I fall so much. I guess, kind of, you could argue that in 5Ds, the dragons that are everyone's, like, signature card could be seen as, like, their spirit guide helper type thing. Although it's less of an element there. It's like, yeah, no, it's just sort of a thing that in this universe people, like, the card game, only most of the time. Okay, I will die on this hill. Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds is really fun. Like, they clearly reached a point where they're like, okay, having two people standing around playing a card game is boring to watch at this point. Join together or something. I don't think I got that far in 5Ds, but, like, that sounds about right for Yu-Gi-Oh! Fusion on the unfused monster. I don't remember. Yeah, 5Ds is really fun, actually. Like, they clearly decided that, now, the drama from Yu-Gi-Oh! Comes from, number one, being a pedant while playing a card game, and number two, the dramatic stakes. Oh god, yeah, they did skip the entire last season in the 5Ds dub. Oh, god, yeah, that sucks. Not that the dub also kind of really hurt 5Ds. So, if I was wishing for anything, it would be that they made a good dub. Where they didn't censor so much stuff. Because there's at least one scene where they go to a guy's grave and they just edited the graves out. They're just like, yeah, no, I'm just in a field. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Censorship, we could be here all day. But 5Ds is genuinely it has stuff to say, politically speaking. It has interesting action scenes to watch. Oh god, the dark energy. The dark energy disc being misspelled as dark energy drink is very funny. Yeah, that one particularly annoying. I do think that's going to be a whole other discussion if we're not careful. But, couldn't afford a tombstone. But yeah, things like the Shadow Realm. Was he Jack? Yeah, no. I actually think at least Jack Ackles' voice is funny. And I don't think the dub is completely bad. I do think some of the jokes they added. There is a scene in 5Ds where they get a cameo from Joey's voice actor, and someone in the background goes, "Was that Joey Wheeler?" And someone goes, "No, that's his cousin, Jimmy Wheeler." It's yeah, that's a good addition. Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds? I don't believe you, me. I do not believe that Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds told you to vote Tory. Incorrect. But yeah, it's one where they clearly realize the card game on motorcycle stuff, as much as it's made fun of, makes for some really dramatic set pieces and moments. And they do some card games that are just card games as well. And that's the thing, it's a lot more interesting. Trudge did. Oh god. Yeah, one of the first duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds is the protagonist running away from the cops and the cop playing a stall deck to catch him. It's the cop is not trying to beat him at Yu-Gi-Oh! He's trying to slow him down enough that he can catch him because he's a cop. It's great! I love it! Obviously they kind of went back on that because it's hard to sell motorbikes to people, I think. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is basically there to sell cards. The anime's there to sell cards at this point. Yeah. Oh, it makes great TV. Great, absurd TV. Got triple triad on motorcycles. I don't know how you manage that, but... it would be awful, because triple triad's very much a do-it-quickly sort of card game. Oh, I am happy. Meet the target audience for Yu-Gi-Oh! In spite of the main player base, is supposed to be children. Children cannot buy motorbikes. Legally speaking, children cannot use motorbikes. Especially not while multitasking. Oh yeah, to be fair, in the cartoon, in 5Ds, the motorcycles do have autopilots. They're not usually actually driving the motorbike. Yugi's voice actor. Oh. Wait, what? Which one? Is Trudge or Jack Atlas? Because either way, that's very funny. They did reuse a lot of the actors because 4Kids sort of had a staple of actors they kept using. Go fish on motorcycles. Trudge. Yeah, it is, isn't it? And it's kind of fun because you get to, because Dan Green is a pretty prolific and good voice actor. Even though most of the stuff he's in is fucking 4Kids dubs. Jack was Bakura? Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny that Jack Atlas is played by the same person as fucking Bakura. That's fucking terrific. Oh. He has been typecast as doing British voices even though he clearly is not British. I need to breathe. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit. Oh, I fell down a hole. Damn it. Oh. The jumping button is bad. Tristan is you say? Original Tristan voice or like... Oh, God. That's still funny regardless, but like... They made Tristan the main character is very funny. Jesus Christ. Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh is very silly. And I think whether or not you embrace that silliness is based on how much you enjoy it, really. Honestly, both in the card game and in the series itself. Like, as much as things are consistent, there was a period where the best deck in the format was... there's been a lot of weird best decks in the format, but when I first got started, one of the decks that was really popular was Prank Kids, which is like, they're supposed to be like Looney Tunes cartoon sort of things, right? But that means that you're having to say, I'm activating the effect of Prank Kids Meow Meow Mew to summon Prank Kids Oopsie Doopsie Whoopsie Poopsie in order to destroy your monster. Effect of Whoopsie Poopsie, summon Roxy's, summon Dripsies, summon Luxies. I think the current deck that's sort of considered the best in the meta is based around pets being fed cool food. The current best deck is my pet cat. Jesus. There was also a period where they do like to retrain older cards when they get kind of outdated. So recently they like the last big format nightmare was Fly in the Water in the side meeting. Oh, oh god, I don't know what would happen. Oh jeez. Kids is not what made me trans. Many other things made me trans, please. But yeah, like, what was it? The Ishizu cards. Ishizu Ishtar is the sister of the villain in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle City arc. She has around one duel that she shows up in which she loses. Her cards are basically just monsters. They don't really have effects. So somebody decided, let's retrain Ishizu Ishtar. Fuck it. What are we going to do? Let's make all of her cards have effects when they get sent to the graveyard, and we'll make them mill cards to the graveyard. That seems like a good thing. That'll have some synergy with some existing decks, you know. Also, let's release it around the same time we're releasing another archetype full of mermaids that have powerful effects when they're sent to the graveyard. This meant that the top format for ages was a load of cards based on a character in the anime that had done one duel because they went so well with the other cards that the Ishizu Tillerman format became it was the only deck worth playing, and it was basically just gambling on who milled the cards first. It was a fucking time. I stopped playing for a while because I didn't want to have to deal with it. Oh, Jesus. At this point, they've had to limit all of those cards to one copy because they're too good. Ah, shite. I don't know what's happening with the air pollution. Oh god, ads are about to start. Hold on, let me take a drink. I might need to refill my water. I'm still in the queue. Hold on. Let's snooze the ads. Let's snooze the ads. Twitch is not letting me snooze the ads. I think Twitch's ad management might be broken. Twitch is the best platform on the internet for live streaming, and it's still fucking shit. God damn. Just let me... Sorry, you'll have 2-3 minutes of ads. I'm not going to do a BRB because all I'm going to be doing is fucking climbing this tower still. And the meta is very fun versus unplayable and no in between. Yeah, I mean, the problem is there's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards that are good because they stop your opponent playing, and the best formats are the ones where those ones aren't very good. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Odin Garcia. Thank you. You get emotes and ad reviewing, I guess. Thank you. It does genuinely help me a lot. God. Yeah, I wish. I mean, I am pro people ad blocking my content because I think that they should be better about the ads. The reason people don't want to watch the ads is because they're bad, right? So, like... And also, Twitch has recently decided to make their ads really, really loud. Which I hate. It's awful. And I am fully in support. If you don't want to give money to Twitch, but you don't want to watch the ads, ad block my content. It's fine. Don't worry. I barely earn money off the ads anyway. I do appreciate the subscriptions, but I appreciate the donations even more because less money goes to Jeff Bezos. But, like, my aim with this is usually to... Actually, if I can't control the ads anymore, I might set them to the minimum possible amount. I'll consider that, because the reason I allowed them to be 3 minutes is because they became enforced BRB breaks. They meant that I had to go piss, basically. But the way it is right now, if I can't stop the ads from playing, then what if I can't go for a BRB break? I'm just kind of fucked, you know? Oh god, the layered ads. Oh, that's awful as well. Something about the Twitch queuing system just broke or something. It's... Ugh. Yeah, no. Again, like, I'm kind of a bit locked into the Twitch ecosystem at this point. But, like... The other sites aren't good either. Born to Game Form. Genuinely, though, I will, like, forget to refill my water bottle and stuff. I have ADHD. So, I have so much ADHD. Which is why the conversation on the stream is like this. There's a reason I put it in the tabs. It's because people need to understand why I'm like this. But, yeah. So, but yeah, like, with the enforced BRBs, it means that I can leave the ads running and I can just go and I can go piss, you know? But if I can't control when the ads are going to happen so I can run them when I'm pissing, then what's the fucking point, you know? Like, I might as well set them to be less frequent. I'm not making money off these fucking things. I am technically making money off them, just not enough to be, like, much. Oh my god, that avatar profile is good. Come on, Lyme disease. Wow, we have a selection. This is one of those ones where I want to be moving. Yeah, again, like, ADHD is bad for your brain, is the thing. Oh, man. I think playing the Mortal Kombat without being able to see it is probably the best way to play Mortal Kombat. Because at this point, the gore stopped being funny and started kind of just being traumatizing. Most notably to the people making the game, sadly. But I don't know fighting games that well, but like, yeah, I'm very glad that accessibility has become more of a priority at this point. Because, like, it sucks not being able to play a thing. Like, I think, again, like, when I made my lesbian Mothman Hunters, I made the whole, I made it for a, like, game jam, like, little visual novel. I made sure, when I was looking into what engines were available, I made sure to get one that has compatibility with screen readers, because I wanted people to be able to play it. I'm not sure I did perfectly, because I still fucked up with not doing some of the character names on screen. That's my bad. It's not really worth going back to edit a Game Jam game at this point. But, like, in future I will probably be keeping that in mind, that character names are important for people who can't see the visuals. But, like, I like to hope my dialogue's at least somewhat. That might have been the reason somebody said they couldn't tell who was talking. I thought that was a visual problem, but in hindsight, no, I'm done. Yeah, forgetting to pee is a whole thing. God. ADHD is not good for you. Oh god, I forget to go to bed all the fucking time. Oh my god, did I take my meds? I don't think I took my sleepy meds. That might be for the best, because I might be here all fucking night. I might have a snack before bed to take my sleepy meds with, but this tower, I was gonna jokingly say that I would keep going until I get to the top of this tower, but I think some people have never got to the top of this tower, and I'll be honest, the highest I got was the next layer, the next rung up from this, and it was a way. And the thing is, you can still just fall all the way down and have to start again. Just any of these corner ones is a death risk, essentially. I'm mucking up the length on that one. Obviously, I'm mostly here. This is kind of a just chatting stream with a jumping puzzle in the background at this point. Wait a minute, am I just a TikTok? Am I those fucking TikTok videos where it's just like Subway Surfer footage in the background of somebody rambling about something? Am I Sludge? God damn it. I might be Sludge. No. Oh, Christ. Jesus, yeah. Yeah, ADHD is a pain to live with. I still need to develop more coping mechanisms, personally. Like, I'm medicated. I might ask them to give me more meds, actually, but I'm not 100% on whether that would help me more, or whether it would just be, like, more reasons not to have caffeine. Oh, I've become the TikTok Subway Surfer. Fuck. What the fuck was that noise? Oh god, I just saw someone plummet. Oh, can you... Oh my god, do you have to jump over there? At the end? Jesus. I mean, I will do that, because it'll be funny, but... Jesus. Oh god, the undiagnosed... Yeah, getting diagnosed with ADHD is... I don't want to call it easier than... I have been through 2 incredibly arduous and long medical things in the UK that I needed access to. One of them was ADHD, and the other was being trans, and getting onto the gender identity clinic. And you know what? ADHD wasn't harder, but it did take longer. So, take that how you will. Oh! Time to flex. Okay, time for hubris. That's my hubris out. The fall will be coming shortly. Because I have gotten this far before. This was all me getting back to a position I have previously been in. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let's just see, is there any additional? Don't think there are. Hey! That's my new best. That's my new best. The thing I'm most worried about is at some point there is going to be another pillar that's in a danger zone. And also, this is not gonna get easier. Oh god, that's the one where I fell. This one. This is the one I fell previously, I've just remembered. Oh Christ, okay. Yeah. ADHD thing. Over 4 times, yeah. Yeah, no, well, ADHD does do that, yeah. I think that sounds ADHD to me, but... Because, I think people don't really... Dash water. I think people don't realise about ADHD is because it's kind of classified... The name of the diagnosis is not entirely useful. Because the hyperfocus is a thing, right? So with ADHD, it's not about never being able to concentrate on anything or always being hyperactive. It's more that your attention span is very limited, and also you have the capability to hyperfocus on things as well. Like, I have things where it's like, my brain... I have autism as well, so it's got some comorbid stuff that makes it unique, but... Essentially, the reason I can focus on doing something like this for hours on end with no problem is because it holds my interest, it feels urgent, specifically the tower, in the tower's case, because this is a limited time event. It's my urgency. It grabs my interest. I find it mechanically interesting without it being frustrating. Pokemon's a fair hyperfixation. Autistic special interests have a again, like ADHD and autism, they conflict with each other in awful ways, and also they are regularly comorbid. A lot of people have both of them. It's great. I need to plan everything to make sure I do it properly. And also, I struggle to stick to plans because I get bored with them. And I want to improvise. It's great! It's a terrific combination! Like, part of the reason I'm streaming today, even though this is not necessarily what people would want to see from my streams, I do feel like I should be continuing Alan Wake or, what's it called? Oh, Teenage Exocolonist. The reason I'm doing this instead is because I just can't get myself to focus on those things right now, even though I'm enjoying Alan Wake a lot, and Teenage Exocolonist a lot. And also I'm doing it because, in the past I have felt like I've had a habit of dropping hobbies and never picking them back up. I don't want to do that with streaming. I want to stay streaming. I like streaming so much. It's fun. It's nice, and I like streaming. It's good. It's fun. I get to chat with people. I get to play games. Although the artistry of streaming for me is not quite visible right now with the Zozoel avatar. I do kind of like the puppetry of the VideoTube stuff. Like, I enjoy puppeteering the little model on screen. I enjoy, like, being definitely human. I'm very human. You have to understand, I'm incredibly human. And I like it. It's a lot of fun. If it wasn't, I'd fucking stop, because the money isn't worth it. Don't get into streaming as a job. I've seen people burn the fuck out trying to do that. Like, gods, it's horrible seeing people trying to. Like, I get it, because it feels I'm there as well, because it feels like the sort of thing that I could do as a job, right? It feels like, yeah, just a few more regular viewers and I could. But no, getting that much discoverability is just, it's a nightmare. Do it for fun. Do streaming because it is a fun hobby. If you make it big as a streamer, neat. You will be like 0.1% of streamers at that point. Do this shit because it's fun. And also, you know, try and help out other streamers. The social aspect of streaming is good because you get to meet people who are also doing the hobby, and they're generally lovely. Like, I've met lovely people through streaming, and I find it hard to work out whether they consider me friends or not, but like, because parasocial relationships are a thing to keep in mind, even when you are the streamer. But, like, it's fun. It's just hell. Yeah, oh god, yeah. No, I have, like, a game design document, like, 25% written for a fan game I wanted to do, and I don't think I've made progress in that. Basically, since I started playing Final Fantasy XIV. It's not entirely Final Fantasy XIV's fault. I was already having trouble keeping going with that particular project at that point, because the problem with it as a project is that I very much need to what's the word? I think I've said I'm making a Doctor Who fan game on stream, so I can probably just say that, right? I don't think I'm hiding that. I've got a thing where I'm very hard not to announce projects before they're ready. And I rarely succeed. But like, essentially, the way I'm building that game is, it's a creative writing thing. It's fan fiction with a slightly some addition. But like, the problem is I'm also writing a story with time travel. And mostly spoken word. Yeah, it is a different style of writing too. And I flex. Oh. One of the other players is called Onion Baby, and I am commending them because they are called Onion Baby. We have reached this point in the fucking stream. Fanfiction with a jump button. I mean, I don't know if I will do a jump button actually. Oh shit, I can upgrade my gear. You can't see any upgrades to my gear, but my gear is certainly upgraded. But like genuinely, I want to do that fan game. Partly because I just want to make games, and this is a project that I'm passionate about right now. But the problem is, when you're writing a story involving time travel, a story that you are quite attached to, honestly, you gotta plan that shit. Because time travel's tricky. Like, well, oh, okay, to be fair, time travel can be tricky to write. Like, sometimes you can write time travel and just be like, okay, so this time period is a different country, for the most part. And other time travel stories, you have to be like, okay, I have to keep track of all the things that these people know about each other because they're meeting in the wrong order. It's both easier and harder than you think. But I very much wanted to do, again, a Doctor Who fan game. Essentially what I need is a series of disconnected adventures, and then I connect them after I have that stuff mostly dealt. So the problem of that is I want to make sure that I know what happens in each adventure, so that if that adventure is in the past for a certain character, they know what is going to happen in vague terms. I don't need them to know exact fancy details because I can write those in post after the fact. But I need to know a vague picture of events, like a wiki reading version of events, before I can even really start to write the proper version. And I'm not very good at writing that way. So I've got a lot of really cool ideas in the works, but I can't really make much progress until I know that I have a vague overarching structure. I am just rambling at this point, aren't I? You remember Yu-Gi-Oh? Remember we were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh? Whose favourite card is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring? I don't know how to card. Yeah. Usually I kind of... In the past, I've mostly written shorter things, right? Like, I mentioned writing Lesbian Mothman Hunters, the visual novel. Most of that story is a conversation. I just fucking wrote that shit as I went along, basically. I didn't really have time to do anything else because I had a month to do it all. Ash Blossom is... The thing with Ash Blossom is it's annoying when you first encounter it, but eventually it just becomes part of how the game is played. I.e. the hand trap thing. Now, I do find it very funny to make fun of Ludwig's stream where he complains about hand traps and how they're not very predictable. There is some truth to that, right? Because if you don't know the game, you don't know that that's a mechanic. Right? The fact that Ludwig is complaining about a card that is a worse version of a card from like a decade ago is still very funny, but there's some emotional truth in it, even if the literal truth is that hand traps were in the game since fucking Karibo. Karibo is a hand trap. Like, Karibo! You didn't know about them until this point, because they all sucked until, like, a few years ago. But like, yeah, but yeah, once you get to that point, the game is built around Ash, Blossom, and Joyous Spring style cards at this point, right? Being able to stop your opponent's combo that they're doing on turn 1 via cards like Ash Blossom, Joyous Spring, Ghost Ogre, and Snow Rabbit, Ghost Bell, and Haunted Mansion. These cards translated really poorly because they're all Japanese puns, but none of the puns work, so they're just both things in English. So Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring would be a pun in that it is both the word for the Japanese version is both, the meaning of that word is both Ash Blossom and also Joyous Spring simultaneously. It's a pun, right? They're all like that. But there's also things like, but that's how the game is now. Like, you are expected to have a deck that is going to do a fancy combo, and your opponent is going to be able to beat that fancy combo by interrupting it at the right time using game knowledge. It becomes a case of trying to predict what your opponent's going to do, using your resources wisely. Right? I think that's really cool. I actually think that's a really fun way to play the game. And it keeps the spirit of things like trap cards without, in the earlier Yu-Gi-Oh formats, without having to be as slow as trap cards. Because by modern standards, having to wait a turn to activate your trap card is actually really detrimental. Right? Because that just means your opponent is destroying it before you even use it. And that sucks. Like, to be fair, the alternative to this is let your opponent build the board and then use a board wipe that you had, like, evenly matched instead, before your opponent can do anything. The ways to play this game are either interesting, cool, or I have the cards that stops what you just did, because you didn't have a counter to it on the board. And it's like, that isn't for everyone. I think that... Oh, Christ. Oh, that was lucky. Yeah, but that is how that card Yu-Gi-Oh! Is played. And it's interesting, and it also, again, feeds into this sort of, like, you activated my trap card feeling, you know? Even if it does come out of nowhere for new players, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a nightmare of a game to learn. Oh god, Twitch bugged out? Oh no, I'm sorry. God. You know, I hate Twitch. I'm sorry. It's the... Again. Oh god. Okay, you might have... Oh. Hopefully refreshing the page will fix that, but God. Twitch is... You know, Twitch's ads are the... I hate how... Like, half the time Twitch doesn't actually play ads for me. I don't know if it's the ad blocker or not. I don't know if my ad blocker is blocking them, because I kind of have to. As a streamer, I don't want to be advertising stuff on my stream that I haven't been paid for, generally speaking. So I ad block so that, like, ads on like websites don't come through twice, essentially, because I feel like that's giving a company a 2-for-1 deal, essentially. Not that most things on this stream are, like, there's only so much you can do. Like, I'm not being paid by Square Enix to play this. I'm not paying Square Enix to play this on the free trial. Shit! God. Like, Twitch can't make its ads play correctly half the time, right? Like, I swear to God, like, I'm supposed to have control over when the ads play, right? That's the little bar at the bottom of the right, left of the screen. I've just made my interface for the ad controls visible to you, so that you can predict that a little bit better. Because the worst part about an ad is being jump scared by it, to be honest. Damn. Like, I want to make sure people have advanced warning on ads. And this is how I keep track of the ads. It's literally the same thing that you'll do. No. Fuck. It's also dawning like nobody has redeemed the change minion thing. Maybe I should have clarified that it throws stuff at my face. Maybe that would have been... Oh, shite. Look, I'll do it now. Redeem! Donk. And now I shall change my minion to Ghost. I'm gonna just throw that press and it'll do it again because I guess things. Oh yeah, no, I've got Twitch Inspiration's throwing system on. I try to make sure most things have them. So there's a visual indication that a reward has been redeemed. But I guess that's not entirely clear. I should probably make that more clear. Because some of them don't, because I didn't think of anything to set it up. But literally before stream, I just set it so it throws Goomos at me, throws fucking Moogles at me. I just was like, yeah, I can do that. You know, you know what? If I don't do the minion one, I might change it so you can just throw a fuck ton of Moogles at me, because that would be quite funny. Shit. Yeah, obviously also the, part of the thing with being able to throw things at me is that it's designed for the usual avatar and not this one, so it might not entirely line up. It's also designed for people with, like, non-Lalafell proportions, which is probably a factor too. But, how long have you been here, chat? How long have I been doing this for? When will my suffering end? I thought I'd have changed the music by now. But, I haven't. Still listening to the same music. With the wonderful percussion of explosions. Okay. Come on. And I'm back to this stage. If this one will hopefully go a bit faster. Faster. It's like this. It's not so hard, is it? It's not so hard. I have a ghost here, constantly watching me, haunting. You should have played Nier Automata by now, Zoe, it says. You bought that game to stream like years ago. Yet you never did. Why didn't you stream Nier Automata yet? Like, it's one of the best games of all time, you know? Like, you could be playing it right now. You could be playing Nier Automata. They modeled 2B's ass, and I'll say, no, Ghost. That was just a joke. They did not actually model 2B's ass. And then the Maria's be like, no, it's real. My uncle works at Nintendo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I cannot recommend you watch my streams at work, but I'm not going to complain if you do either. Oh, Jesus. Oh. God. Oh, Jesus. All the others have got to the finish or given up already, haven't they? There were people here. They're gone now. Yep. Whoop. Well. Maybe the sharks can take me. Maybe the sharks will be my friends. Of course the duty popped now! Jesus Christ! Fucking comedy timing. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to eat my snacks! I'll eat the snacks. I'm gonna have to remember who told me to eat my snacks because they're getting the recommendation. At this rate, I'm not because I'm like fucking all the way back here. I maybe should be explaining what I'm doing in these, but I'm not going to. Anyway, I guess I'm shooting. It is kind of dawning on me that I am in fact just... time to kill Stick Flick Grumbly Toss. God, goblin names. This fucking game. Yeah, no, you eat snacks. It gives you, it sometimes gives you stat benefits as well. But the most important part of eating snacks, if we're honest with ourselves, is that regardless of which one, it will give you a 3% experience boost. Which is not nothing. When you have time. Yes, you told me to eat my snacks. Thank you, friend. What level? I'm still level 35. Yes. I've only got 2 of these left before level 40. Level 40 I can do much more fun things, really, but that completion bonus, though, I hunger for it. You know what, let's just briefly sort of see how far I can swim to see the tower. Okay. There's a way to go into first-person camera mode, but I think I've got it switched off because it was bad. Let's just gonna get us some... Oh, that's the shark then. I won't be able to catch that, but it's interesting that there's a person following it. This person's doing high-level fishing shit, and I'm just like, I'm going for a swim. Duck. There you see. Oh my god, the end of it is a jump. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, you could get all the way to the top of the tower and then just... And you could just miss. Fucking jump. You get all the way to the top and then just miss. I'm going to do a quick BRB. Because I really need to get the way it turns out. Hold on, let's just... Right. Back in a bit then. Hopefully.
You forget that cis men existed for a second.
Yes.
I think I've mucked this up. Okay, no.
That's a fucking Luma from Mario Galaxy. Why are you here, buddy? Welcome to hell, crab, Mario, 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 Mario. I'm crying.
A lot of visual information.
It's
This is better than what I was going to play.
I fucking love this. This is so chill.
it just goes dark.
Oh yeah, by the way, this man is a towman. No, footman. Damn it! God. I wrote my own joke! Context.
Oh dear. unpredictable. How inconvenient. That would do it.
Sorry, bud. Don't really want to deal with your shit. I'll be honest. It's just so, you know. There we go. Problem solved. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What was that about the glitch making this game better? Because, it definitely is.
Where's the ad's end? Okay, let's...
Holy shit.
I need to do
Oh,
some
yeah,
fiddling
you can change
quick.
the eye expression. And it's toe options.
You have to go to the. You have to go to the main menu and.
Oh no! No!
Oh, the seats! I'm not.
Quickly...
Jesus Christ, are you okay?
Oh wait, shit.
Are you okay?
That was
People doesn't know what sex
That's-
is.
not what I thought it would do.
Weebu is a
Hold on,
child.
hold on.
Hold on a second.
I don't have
Wakey wakey.
full avatar functionality while I'm in MMO mode, but let's use my actual face for a bit, shall we? There we go.
Weebu, do you
bit
know
of
what
fiddling.
sex is?
Put on my gamer gloves.
This is why
Wow,
you're
I
banned from
did
stream,
not
Weebu.
turn off the right thing.
Good for you,
There we
buddy.
go.
I'm not. We're moving on.
Right. I'm back. Hello. Bye. God, you can see so much more of the screen. Anyway, I'm gonna have to do some quick fiddling. Let's temporarily turn that off. Because I need to get serious mode. I'm gonna conquer this fucking tower. It's gonna take me a while, and that's a lot of emotes. Ooh. Like this, nice emotes. Hell yeah. That's a whole collection of good emote. You see, it's very important that I need to get through this. Time for the montage music, I guess. Oh, volume. This is one of the few late game tracks I spoiled myself. Oh my god! I'm sorry. The video that I loaded, it's been the trend in Final Fantasy XIV music stuff to essentially, what they'll do is they'll just record themselves doing the dungeon with the music in the background and a bit of visual stuff, visual flair. And the first thing I see is someone in this same chicken mask. Another person! Come on, it's time! I'm gonna forget I turned on the background music, aren't I? Oh, I'm not queuing anymore. Well, I guess that's the way of it.
Yeah. Lep. We don't question it. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe in fact the other method is safer and faster. This, I need to sleep. Adjusting my fucking gamer glove because my hands hurt. I've recently decided I'm gonna to try and make the repetitive straight motion on my hands a bit better if I'm playing too much of the game. You know, just as an example. I've taken to wearing these like compression gloves to try and help with that. They're probably good for other things too. I guess it's probably do art a bit easier. But they're nice, and also they utterly stink of copper. Like my hands smell like pennies. Or blood. You don't. But hopefully it'll mean that I don't completely wreck my entire bones. I have bones. They're very precious to me. Bones. Yeah. No. I'm sorry, buddy. Your sacrifice was for the good of us. But this is one of the. I try not to spoil myself on later Final Fantasy XIV stuff, even if it is stuff like music. This song is one of the few exceptions. This is from like a level 80 dungeon or something, and it fucking slaps. Oh, the music's still playing! Don't know I can still hear it. The sounds isn't going to be good. Leave it, it's fine, now you can hear it. Long live the king! Fuck. That's a... I mean, I think I did try to get that jump early on, but it's, I don't think it's possible. And if it is, it's like so, but just barely, but it's like barely worth doing. Especially if it's a risky one to mess up.
it. Like, the thing you don't kind of think about too much is that 3D platformers have a little bit of aerial maneuvering, right? Like, it's, well, platformers in general, really. Part of the movement system they program into the game is, unlike real life, you have a slight degree of aerial control. You also have things like coyote time, where occasionally if you go over an edge and you jump just after you should be falling, the game will just sort of accept that as you jumping as if you were on land. That is there to make things a little bit easier and a little bit more fun to play, right? But the problem is then when that stuff isn't there, you kind of miss it, right? Like that, for example. If I'd had coyote time, that press the jump button probably would have worked, but it didn't. Because this isn't a game that's designed as a platformer, it's designed as an MMO. Yeah, it's literally named after a Wile E. Coyote. Because, you know, game designers. That was a funny death. God, I'm just seeing other people plummet now. That's bad streaming. Sorry. Okay, my microphone setup is designed to deal with me whistling. Yeah, like, things like... You could probably notice it if you're looking for it in, like, say, Mario Odyssey. Where it's like, it's pretty clear that there is a decent amount of control that the player still has over, like... fucking everything. Oh, yeah, that's a really tough jump. You know, I'm genuinely tempted. Okay, so there is a mechanic of sprint jumping in this. Probably need to come into account at some point. Hey! Good on you, other person. Maybe you won't be travelling to Goblin with you. It's like, whoop. Yeah, it's... The problem with that jump is that it's very muscly. I've also seen people jump pillar and then Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot that was the jump over. Doink. Jump! Whoa, close! But yeah, things like platformers will be designed with that sort of thing in mind. But this game is not a platformer. It's a game where most of the things are not like that. To be fair, I'm thinking of things like... I've looked into... One of the really fascinating things about this MMO, Final Fantasy XIV, is that it was a massive fucking failure upon launch to the point where they completely remade the game. Well, so like, yeah, so it's like... What's it words? The movement in that wasn't even designed for fucking playing an MMO. It was designed like it's like, and these sort of things you don't really think about until you have to. That's kind of the worst thing about really good like gameplay game design is that you don't notice it until it's wrong. At which point you realise, oh, wait, they That's why my platformer game sucks ass. But yeah, one of the common things in 3D platforming games is aerial control, like and careful hitboxes, right? In a platformer game, you know exactly how big your character is. You know what's going to hit them and what isn't, because they've coded it that way. You have a bit of aerial control, so if you're going to overshoot a jump, you can like pull back. Can't do that in this, because the jumps you get sort of locked into them. It's why playing Bubsy 3D. Yeah, I mean, Bubsy 3D is a core example of people doing that very wrong. Now, I think there are certain games where that sort of jumping could be interesting, but they're less platform games and more like adventure games. One of my controversial takes is there is no bad game design, only misused game design. Admittedly, that's a very wide-sweeping statement that isn't quite reflective of my actual opinion. But, like, I think you could make a game where the jumping is like Bubsy 3D, and for whatever reason, it would be having been used correctly, it would work. However, it would probably not be, like, a core mechanic. Similarly, hitbox problems. You may notice that my character is floating right now. That's because the way that the hitboxes work in this MMO, and all MMOs, is that the hitbox is actually, if I select myself, like this, that little circle, that's my hitbox. In fact, I was suggesting at some point to me that you do in fact keep that in mind. So this circle is what is actually landing on things. However, that means that I can do things like jump like this, and I've hit the wall because my hitbox is in it. And because, unlike a real round object, colliding with something just stops you because you're in physics. As a result, it can actually be a little tricky to know if I'm going to land on a thing or not. And I get why they have to do this, because, like, there is a massive size disparity in player characters. And it is, in fact, actually pretty dang... like, that's actually impressive, because of having a game where you're simultaneously having something as big as a Hrothgar, the big cat people, and something as small as a Lalafell, and having that game be balanced and like fun to play still. Goddamn impressive, because that's a big disparity potentially, and having the gameplay tools to make it so that playing somebody that's half the size of the other characters doesn't cause major gameplay issues is in fact an achievement in my opinion. That's quite impressive. I have heard some people don't like Lalafell tags for that reason though, but like, I could just put a marker on my head if I want to be more visible. Like, if someone was having trouble seeing me, I would literally just put a big marker on my head. Because you can do that. Because this game is made by people who like MMOs and play the game, so the sort of stuff that would usually have to be modded in generally gets put into the game. Yeah, Odd Job is a good example of that, right? Like, because the default shooting height was higher than Odd Job's head, that caused and Odd Job having a small hitbox caused all sorts of problems for a game where the shooting was... let's be fair, GoldenEye has aged quite badly. Because more recent FPS standards are not met by it at all. I think you can still enjoy GoldenEye a lot, probably, if you know, are used to it. But I personally can't go back to GoldenEye. I don't think I ever really played it back in the day either. But, like, I can't cope with that game because the shooting is just so clunky by the standards I'm used to. Then again, I can barely play a shooter on a controller because, like, because I am so reliant on the accuracy that a mouse gives me for aiming that, like, it's a bloody nightmare to play first-person shooter games on a controller. I have occasionally still played shooter-type games on controllers, but, like, it's very much a, if the primary mechanic is shooting, I want the mouse controls. Discuss. Bullet magnetism. I mean, yeah, auto aim stuff is useful to do for that sort of thing, I think. Remember when I was having deliberate breaks to this content? I think I might need to start doing that again. I might need to have that as an option quick. Queue times are going to be long for this one though, because further into these guild leagues you get, the less people are doing them, and the very last one is an 8-person guild league. The only 8-person guild league. And as a result, you have to wait for double the people. While most of the people doing guild leagues are just doing them automatically. I mean, yeah, you do get that as well, actually, to be fair. Hold on, there was, people seem to either love it or hate it, but there was a gun, I think, Titanfall 2, that magnetized the people. I don't remember, I think this was an argument between two friends. So it wasn't something where I, like, really knew what was going on. I pressed the wrong button. Oh! Oh shit, I didn't know about that Halo thing. That's cool. I mean, I guess that's like... I think Halo has like quite big hitboxes because of the shield as well, if I'm remembering correctly. I haven't played much Halo. I did want to play through all the Halo story modes. Actually, I got the Master Chief Collection on PC because, like, much as I enjoyed playing the first-person shooter, I wanted to play it. It was like, I'm gonna probably play this on control. I'm gonna play this on mouse and keyboard anyway. And as long as I think the thing is, it's like, it's not again with the Kaiju time stuff. It's not necessarily about being realistic. It's about feeling correct to the player, right? I will say that, like, magnetizing the bullets is probably actually a way to have the skill ceiling be a bit lower, which might actually make the play experience more enjoyable. But also, if you're gonna try and be like an e-sport, for example, if you're like Counter-Strike, if you had magnetized bullets in a Counter-Strike game, people would fucking riot, because the appeal of that game is that it's kind of a simulationist thing, and like the shots are very there are very few shots fired, and they are very accurate shots fired because it's a tactical game. Almost more tactical than it is shooter in a few ways. With Halo, it's kind of like, yeah, it's a bit of fun. I don't think people would really care. Much as a lot of kids on Xbox Live would probably get pissed because they... The fucking Call of Duty Xbox Live fucking... God, that was a bad era in human history. I mean, let's be fair, trans woman on the internet. My voice is... It's pretty easy to realise I'm trans, I'd say. I think I've had people who haven't realised I'm trans, but generally speaking, I'm like, I don't really try to hide that fact. But also it's like, but even before I was like that, I did not really feel safe in online voice chats. Like the sort of Call of Duty thing. I mean, I didn't enjoy Call of Duty enough to really get as absurdly into it as it seemed like everyone else was when I was a kid. It's like, oh, everyone's like prestige 7 billion. They've killed people for like hours of them. They've spent like days of their life playing this fucking game with different people. I'm just like, well, I'm just playing a little bit of it. It's a treat. I'd rather be playing Ratchet and Clank, honestly. I'd have fun with that one. Has fun gun to it. But like, memory throws. Yeah. The bullet magnitude thing is, yeah, but that is the thing, because mouse aim is kind of just more accurate, right? Sometimes it doesn't matter, but it's like, and I think that people can do really well on controllers. Like, I don't like the idea of there being... I think fighting games, everyone's like, oh, use the fighting stick for better accuracy, right? Buy a fighting stick so you can do fighting games with it, right? And recently I discovered that one of the best fighting game players in the world, they use a fucking controller. So, like... I'm good. But... It's like... I think you could probably do really well with a controller. It's just it's a different method of control, but like, with a mouse, the reason it's so much better is because you just have more because more movement translates into less, you have a lot more fine motor control over it. While with a control stick, it's fiddly, it's tricky, it's not impossible to be really good with a controller, again, but like, it's like, but it's like, there is a degree of accuracy that you don't quite get with the controller, and as a result it is a lot easier to learn, really, and probably better when it's like, oh, wait, no. Move. I forgot what controls I was on. I'm a dunkass. Okay, this is one way to kill it, I think, and ignore the other enemies. So just stay away from Shadow Island. There I am, just slow the thing down. That'll actually make it a little easier to deal with. Cool. Let's give everyone a power. Why not? yet another one where I'm going to decide. Might have precision. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I find the dexterity easier with a mouse than I do with a controller. Tricks. Oh, you can still like that? That's good. Nothing visible on my end. I'm gonna hope that it's your battery. Hopefully. I needed that fucking break. I needed that break. Oh. Oh. Bones are... Wait, what? Are you... Huh. Okay. Well, I guess we're doing this one already. Somebody else... Oh, it's Blackheart again, I think. Wait, did I keep the wrong thing? I definitely didn't do this with this character, but it's like... strong leg. We're doing emotes in the chat. That's, you can't see it because I think it's rude. Oh, it's kind of rude to chat in games because they do basically, and I can't. Not really an easy way for me to communicate that to people quickly enough. So I'm just going to try and make it a broken list. I do like the, I do quite like Gunslinger. It's like, I'm doing enough damage that I can do like, that I'm moving around as well. Joy! Yeah! Ooh. Yeah, oh, is he? Again, and that white mage again. I think that's something that with a sort of I've accidentally formed a motley crew. Oh wait a minute, I haven't unlocked the one I was thinking of. Okay, that's my bad for forgetting what these are. The last two are level 40s. Well, I'm certainly am out of brief excursions from the jumping puzzle. There are a lot more people are showing up now. It's sunny. Guess maybe people want the. Oh wait, the benefit of doing this tower is heavily because you can screenshot yourself at the end. This is another thing where it's like, oh god. This is just the second part of... This is just the solo version of that time I did the Elite Dangerous Road Trip with my girlfriend, isn't it? Damn. Instead of being on a spaceship, I'm a chicken. And instead of going to a cool space thing, the center of the universe, climbing a fucking tower. Also, maybe I should ask for music requests at some point. I don't know. I don't know how to manage those because links have to be blocked right now, in particular, because there's apparently a lot of token stealers going around Twitch bots right now. Oh, I hit the thing! Oh, that's such a... Oh. I wonder if everyone else here is also streaming themselves climbing the fucking tower. So, that's just sorry, I think I'm just doing a Monster Factory trick by accident. Was it that? Yeah, no, it was in the second live video. It's like, do you think everyone else is here for their YouTube channels, Justin? Do you think that's what I'm playing second? I do find the idea of, like, this fucking entire MMO of people just there to talk to fucking... Oh wait, no. The real life version of that's just that fucking crypto one that Dan Elson talked about. Never mind. Just... fucking... Oh god. It doesn't matter, there's like 7 of these fucking things. These weird like metaverse projects that like, we're going to be the next big thing, and they're like worse than VR chat and Second Life combined. Like, the appeal of Second Life is you get to socialise with people in VR, and it's cool and neat. It's a wonderfully, and you should not talk to strangers in it, but other than that, it's really fun. And also it works in 2D, which is nice because it means that you don't have to own the prohibitively expensive VR tech to actually participate in the world, even if you are going to have a more limited experience in a game primarily designed for VR. Meanwhile, legs! Oh god, fucking Mark Zuckerberg and being like, fuck, we've got legs! It's like, yeah, lads. VR chat lets you be a fucking giant furry werewolf who can fucking explode on command. Legs are not really the selling point you think they are, my guy. I spend most of my time when I hang out with people in VR chat fucking levitating and spinning in a T-pose using a pre-made animation. What are your legs to me? Oh shit, I almost jumped off the edge there. Oh, like there's a lot of these things where it's like basically crypto drifters who have decided the thing that is going to sell their NFT fucking blockchain future. Not giving favourable maintain. Correct. Like I spend a large portion of my time in VR chat as Big Tink Goth Garfield because I think it's funny. Like, Facebook got nothing on that shit. It has nothing on that shit. But like, yeah, no, like, these sort of crypto gifty things, they're all just Second Life, with some of them having VR support, because basically a bunch of people read Ready Player One and like Snow Crash and went, we should do that. But those things work because they're fun sci-fi premises and also metaphors for fictional things. Just I'm sure there is somewhere. Oh. Also, the thing with VR chat is half the best. Although I think VR chat is quite limited in some unfortunate ways that are bad for accessibility. I feel I should probably temper that because I recently had this discussion with somebody else. They couldn't get their avatar to work because they wanted to be in a wheelchair like they are in real life. And the models are all, you know, they've all got legs. So coding the fucking wheelchair animations was not possible in VR chat. Which, you know, sucks. That sucks. Just like me falling from that height did. Owie, my nose. You know what, I'm going to take a break and do this bit. Like, VR chat, you can just upload whatever you want, pretty much. I mean, in theory, you can get banned for doing certain things in public worlds, but like in private, no one's gonna stop you having like some real, doing a lot of stuff in VR chat. Like, of course it does better than weird, sexless shit. Like, the reason people like these are because they let you interact with people and be things that you aren't in real. You can be an accurately sized Lego minifigure. Yeah! Although I think the recent changes to how the sizing code in VR chat works may have broken some of that stuff. But like, yeah, you can just be a Lego minifigure. Do what you want. One of my avatars is just a floating face. Like, why would I not? Oh my god, I just remembered that one of my avatars is, that I've got avatars to fucking Wallace and Gromit saved. It's clear someone's just ripped them from the old Wallace and Gromit Telltale games. But also it's like, yeah, I can be Wallace and / or Gromit. Why would I be it? Yeah. Yeah, like, and these things are good for people who have like dysphoria and dysmorphia and such as well, because you can literally try out another body. Why wouldn't you? VR chat's pretty fucking great for that specifically, and not necessarily for actual gameplay, but you know. Meanwhile, all these fucking like metaverse things like, oh yeah, we're gonna be the new currency. Everything's gonna be happening online rather than in real. It's no. People just want to hang out. Stop it. Like, I would say that hanging out in Final Fantasy XIV is probably better than half of these fucking things. Oh god. In spite of my directions. It's fucking almost 11. It's almost midnight. I'm still doing this. Jesus Christ. Oh. Again, like, I know people who enjoy Second Life, and I think I actually wrote, I feel like I've said this story before, so apologies if I'm repeating it a bit, but like, I wrote one of my like university theses on fucking Second Life. It is a fascinating thing, and Second Life is a fucking graveyard compared to most MMOs. Like, half of the appeal of Second Life is that you can just go to this crumbling ruin of an online world. Like, places that people just aren't going anymore are still there. Improv comedy, yeah! Second, like, both of them are great. I remember when I was, okay. I think I mentioned, I don't know if I've ever said this, but, like, my dad sort of works in the tech industry, so he was around for when Second Life was being pushed as the next best thing all the businesses are going to get into Second Life first thing. Which ultimately did not happen, even though Second Life was significantly more successful than most copycats. Copycats being it's not even really fair. They're virtual real estate scams. But, like, they're doing the same thing as Second Life, regardless of whether they realise they are or not. But Second Life kind of actually got some traction, like, with actual corporations, and people who are actually trying to, like, try it out as maybe a way to do remote business meetings, because they hadn't worked out that Skype and Zoom existed yet, I guess. But, like, even my dad actually recommended I get a Second Life, because he was like, you know what, there's a teen version of it, maybe you'll give it a try because you like playing The Sims. Me not realising, of course, that I like playing The Sims because I can play as a girl and have young sex. We don't talk about my past. Anyway. Look, The Sims 2 is a very horny game, and I didn't want to acknowledge how horny I was being with it. Don't judge me. Puberty is hard. But yeah, so I tried out Second Life. I couldn't really get a model I was happy with. I did randomly borrow a woman model for a bit and walk around as that though, and I enjoyed myself until someone randomly started flirting with me. And then I never played Second Life again because I couldn't stop feeling dirty. Anyway, I'm trans. Nice to meet you. Oh god, I think I remember that advert now you mentioned the counter going up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank God. They are very much just... Oh, God. All these fucking, like... It's just stock market stuff. It's all just stock market stuff, right? Like, I hate how much stuff in the world is like that. Like, this is one of the things with Yu-Gi-Oh! As well, where it's like, I just want to play the card game, really. But the buying singles of, which is the best way to, which is the cheaper way to get cards, for the record. If that card's a popular one, it could cost you just so much. It becomes a fucking stock market of fucking cardboard. It's sad. Because I just want to play Sprite. I just want to play the funny electric boys. Oh, that'll be fucking... It'll be 30 quid for each copy of fucking Sprite Blue. You need Sprite Blue to play the game. Fuck you. Sorry, they're meta relevant. $700, please. There, at least I'm not giving Konami money as directly if I buy singles. But also, and it's also cheaper than buying the boxes of cards. But also, boxes of cards make my gambling brain go through. And that's why I can't buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards anymore. Oh Christ, Roblox has a stop mark. Jesus Christ. Okay, I never had any positive memories associated with Roblox because I only ever knew it as that weird, not very well animated thing. I never played Roblox. It's one of the first big things where I've just sort of gone, I've just completely missed it because I'm old. I'm sure Roblox is fun enough if you enjoy that sort of thing. Like, I'm basically doing one of the Roblox obstacle course right now. I can't say that there's no appeal to this. But also, everything about Roblox as a corporation, as all the monetization of Roblox, I hate that. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on, I just remembered a thing. Come on, dude, bro. I'm definitely use this because otherwise it will get in trouble with Hamilton music. But just welcome to the Roblox colonization musical simulation gacha game within Roblox. Coming to Roblox. I don't want to say they whitewashed Lin-Manuel Miranda in these avatars, but they kind of made a lot of these characters look a lot whiter than the actors who played them in Hamilton. And like, oh my god, the fucking Hamilton avatar with the robot person. I think Lin-Manuel Miranda helped overthrow a country, so I'm not as nice to him as many people, but like also just... Good god. I've heard Hamilton's a fun musical though. Maybe I should watch it at some point. Maybe I'll enjoy it, even though it is, at best, I know it's a flawed product. Like, the American founding fathers were bad people. But, look, I'm playing a Square Enix game right now, come on. We are allowed to enjoy things while also criticizing them. It is about, being media literate is not about avoiding literally everything that's problematic. It is about understanding what you are consuming, what is good about it and what is bad about it. Unless you're buying a book that's directly giving money to somebody who's doing something shitty, that's kind of a separate issue. Like, I'm not sure how I'm gonna... because moral scruples are hard because it's so subjective. It's basically about what you can live with. I would completely be fine if somebody was like, I cannot live with giving money to the person who decided to make the musical Hamilton. I can prove that I never touched Red Balls because I'm told what you saw. Okay, yeah, no, Miranda is good at writing songs. 10 out of 10. You know, I think I'd like to watch like a parody version of Hamilton. Like, I'd love to see one that's just like Actually, fair, that might be why people liked it. Maybe the wackiness was part of it. But Hamilton is so weird because it's real historical people being recontextualized. And I get that. I don't think that's necessarily, like, completely unworkable as, like, a concept, right? I think that, like, but it's also, like, results in Thomas Jefferson Buku binder stuff, where fandoms where the younger audiences didn't really know how to interact with media of that sort yet, and as a result they kind of treat it like they would any other fandom. Except the problem was that it was the founding fathers of the United States, and not, you know, fictional people who don't care if you turn them into a drug dealer. Admittedly, still not that cool to decide that. I still feel there was a bit of a problem in maybe stereotype-related stuff in making the black version of Thomas Jefferson into a drug dealer. There's some subtext there that we might want to examine, but even if Thomas Jefferson was in fact a fictional character, maybe making him a drug dealer wouldn't be the best idea, because that does have some implications around stereotypes of the black community. But also, like, I'm rambling now. I'm trying to just have anything to say while I climb this fucking tower. I sit here wishing across the wall so we can have free healthcare. I'm so sorry. God, look. I would like the world to be better somewhat. I do not think that England's history of how it treats its colonies would have actually been better for America than what happened. Especially as most of the historical atrocities were being done by the British anyway, early on. Like, America is still complicit in those things and still benefiting from those things, but it's like, again, oh god, we had this discussion recently in a Discord chat. Beans on toast is only bad for Americans because your bread is bad. And your beans are only bad. Because the sweetest thing, because American bread is like fucking cake by British standards. Like, to the point that literally a subway in Ireland was declared to be serving cake as their bread. At one point. Correctly. So, beans on toast is like, that's a relatively savoury dish, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, America's just, I don't want to. I shouldn't talk about historical American war crimes on stream right now. I feel like that would be a bit of a downer. Yeah, American bread. So the reason beans on toast works for British bread is because our toast isn't a cooked cake. Like, okay, we were in America for my brother's birthday once, and we ordered a blue SpongeBob cake because we were like, we just went to like the nearest supermarket, like, we can't not have a cake for my brother's birthday. Let's get him a blue SpongeBob cake. He seems to like SpongeBob enough. And there's a cake that's available. Everything in our lives was blue for like a week. We still have, that blue cake still comes up in family discussions. It was possibly illegally blue by British standards. Back. I've made it back to this bit. Oh, that took me how long did that take me? How long did that take me? Oh my Christ! Well, that could have gone worse. Yeah, like, to be fair, I don't think the UK government wants to keep a lot of the food standards and stuff. I feel like a lot of the, sort of, like, to be fair, I will say, some things are just different, right? I think there are some things that are illegal in America that probably should be in the EU. It's usually the other way around, but, like, I think a lot of the fact that I think the European Union was probably more responsible for making food healthy than the British government was, to some degree, because I don't think the British government give a shit. I don't like the British government very much. This is not a hot take. Unfortunately, there's not really any way that I... God, yeah. To be fair, I feel like a lot of... Wasn't the EPA set up under, like, Reagan to basically be a, like, oh, we're doing it corporation rather than actually... Basically a scapegoat rather than actually dealing with environmental protection issues. They just made a department that would basically pretend to be doing the job. Like, American government's bad. British government is bad in a different way, but still pretty bad. Like, we have a fucking... I almost said queen. We have a king. Nobody likes him. I don't think he likes him. But I guess the only way to get rid of the monarchy is for them to resign. All of them to resign. Or, you know, alternate means that cannot be mentioned on Twitch.tv, but, you know. I wouldn't want to advocate for those on Twitch.tv. I think that would be a bad thing to do. Yeah, everything sucks. I do think that Britain and America are having a particularly rough time of it right now, but, like, to be fair, I think France is going to, I've got a partner in, I've got a partner in a country in Europe, and apparently they started protesting because the government wasn't, not them, a group of people were protesting that European government because that government wasn't being fascist enough in their eyes. And I will say, I don't feel like that country is doing any better. If that sort of shit's happening. Yeah. It'd be nice if we could, like, not have bad governments. I'm worried. I have a thing where I'm really scared of being listened to, like a government agent's gonna kick down my door any second as soon as I say something even slightly radical. But to be fair, I am actually on Twitch.tv right now, and as a result, there are guidelines I haven't given to. There's a lot of very vocal grifters in a certain wing. We can say the right wing, I think. I think we can say that much. I think it's more armed revolution that I'm not allowed to advocate for, technically speaking. But, I mean, I wouldn't want to do that particularly anyway. That would cause a lot of death. But, you know, I'd rather have any other alternative before the bit where we behead people. Oh, yeah, don't worry. Yeah, that's the thing with Twitch. It's like, every so often they ban a weird word. Like, the auto mod is a good example of this. I'm fairly sure I managed to unblock MILF permanently, because apparently it considers that sexist. Which is odd, because it's mostly just like a joking way of saying an old woman is attractive. When most people use it, it's not really an insult. I mean, it's objectifying, I guess, but that's kind of a big stretch. Meanwhile, DILF, I think, got banned. I think DILF was banned. Or maybe it wasn't? In which case, I'm allowed to I'm allowed to objectify DILFs as well. But there was a period where I'm not sure if it is anymore, but I'm fairly sure the word simp was banned for a while on Twitch. People just worked around it, of course, but like, I don't know if that's still not allowed. I'm of course saying it in a context where I'm saying to discuss how it is not on Twitch, so I can get away with that. God, gay gets banned a lot as well. I guess because a lot of like teenage COD lobby kids, I don't know. You know the sort of thing where it's like you're about 13, you think gaming's stupid. Yeah, it is definitely used as an insult. It's like, but it's generally like immature kids. And I guess that's like, Twitch is not only adults, right? I guess you are technically allowed on Twitch if you're 13, right? This is an adult stream deliberately. Yeah. And so that a word we're telling is more of a joke. Ooh. Oh. And it's like, yeah. God, that was such a weird period of time. It was like, it had become detached from fucking anything to do with any of the meanings of it was just, it was very odd. Nowadays I can call people gay when I'm trying to be funny or anything. I mean, I am gay, I can say it, but God. I literally did ask a kid what gay meant once, when I was like a child, and he literally said stupid. It was like, I joke about that, but I met that kid who didn't know what gay meant. This kid just like, well, it's an insult people are using, so I'm guessing they're using it. And I'm glad that, I hope that it doesn't pass through schools like a wave of homophobia. I like to hope that school children are less shitty nowadays because they've realised that being shitty is something. Or at least moved on to being shitty for some other weird petty piece of homophobia. But I can't trust that shit. I don't trust that. I think a lot of those kids will go out of their like edgy phase and probably be completely normal people. I don't know what happens. But it's like, I don't know, cause like I was not openly gay in like secondary school because I didn't know I was gay in secondary school. And I still got bullied for it. I didn't know I was autistic in secondary school either, and I'm fairly sure I was bullied for that too. It's... people are shitty. God, yeah, no. Part of the thing is that in some areas people are just homophobic as the norm. Or racist, or all sorts of other things. Allowed. Oh shit, what do you mean 4 minutes of... oh, it's starting in 4 minutes. Oh, that's far better. Oh. Hold on a second. I'm going to test something quick. Snooze button here does not work. Snooze button on the browser window does not work. There is now also a snooze button on the incoming ad break button. it also doesn't work. I'm sorry. They added a new convenient thing in the chat. It's like, hey, there's an ad break incoming. Like, hey, gee, neat. If I hadn't already set up a better setup, that would be really useful. Thank you. Which, the snooze button doesn't fucking work on it though. You've broken the entire system to add a button that doesn't work. I fucking... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, my skill is getting worse. That button will not work really well. Probably not. They don't have a financial incentive to fix it. If they can claim it was a bug, then they don't have to care about the fact they removed a useful quality of life feature for their fucking platform. Sorry. Something capitalism bad. Something government should fear their people rather than their people fearing their governments. Something, vote for V for Vendetta. I hate that the libertarians stole V for Vendetta. Like, come on. Is there a single Wachowski film you're not gonna try and turn into something stupid and not accurate to its actual message? Fuck. Ah. You know, I'm surprised that somebody hasn't tried to make Speed Racer into a right-wing talking point. Oh god, no, that's a curse. I don't want to bring that curse into the world anymore. Oof. My hand is actually starting to hurt a little bit now. God. Oh, Jesus. Are they... Yeah, political parties are a nightmare. Like... Liberal... Yeah. In theory, these words mean something, but they've been sort of co-opted by specific groups of people at this point. Like... In America, it seems like the word liberal just means vaguely left-wing person I dislike. Which isn't even what a liberal really is. Liberals are kind of more centrist, if anything. Libertarian, in theory, should be about, you know, freedom. But in practice, it's being co-opted by people who think that paying their taxes is bad, but want to keep everything else about capitalism. So, it's a mess. Anyway, the ad's about to start in 3 seconds. Except it isn't, because it will then take 7 seconds to do the ads I can zoom in. Oh Christ, it's like 10 to midnight. Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna give it at least a little bit more time. Yeah, I won't disagree with you about not liking taxes, but, well, my feeling on taxes is that they should be used to support the greater good in the absence of a better system. Preferably we live in a world where people would just, fix the roads because they want the roads fixed, right? But basically some sort of moneyless society where, like, a Star Trek future where things get fixed because people want society to be better, rather than because it's a financial gain. But we currently live in a world where money is tied to people's livelihoods in a way where we can't really get rid of that right now. So, like, most tax money just goes to the fucking military, which is, in my opinion, not a very good way to spend money. I don't like the military very much. I understand that there is, to some degree, a need for that. Not as much as the American military does, especially as they are also doing a really bad job of a lot of the actual things that people need, what I've heard. And they don't take care of the veterans at all. Basically trick people into joining for long periods of time with promises of college tuition. A lot of scummy shit. Militaries do. I think that the things that taxes should be funded, and I think that paying taxes is a good middle of the road option to get that sort of stuff done. I also feel like the way taxes are spent is not the way they should be half the time, and they are instead going to government wages and not funding the fucking NHS like they should be. Jesus Christ, fund the NHS more, you cretins. We are living through a fucking global pandemic and you didn't give them any fucking additional funding. But also it's a competition. Oh. Oh god. Yeah. Oh god, yeah, tax embezzlement as well. I mean, I think like 90% of government wages might as well be fucking tax embezzlement anyway. Ugh. Again, the governments of the world are very corrupt right now. And they're prioritising things that should not be prioritised. Yeah, like... the sort of people who hate taxes without acknowledging this sort of thing, they're the sort of people who are like, oh, we shouldn't give handouts to people. We shouldn't have state pensions because I don't want to pay taxes. And it's like, my guy, they will always find an excuse to tax you. And also, caring for your fellow people in the world is the sort of thing governments are supposed to be there to do. And you're complaining about that part, and not the fact they're thoroughly misusing those funds? The sort of libertarian ANCAP type, they have a really fucked up worldview. Like, they are very much just like, they still believe in the promises and of the American dream element of capitalism, but they don't want to admit. But they also don't like being told what to do by governments. So they just they've realised government bad, but they haven't really put much thought into it beyond that. They're just, I don't want to pay tax because I like having money. And it just doesn't get any more complex than that. I hate it because, number one, because things like the term ANCAP, or anarcho-capitalist. Anarchy is an actual political ideology, and it's already one that gets fucking mixed up a ton by the sort of pop culture image of anarchy as like a Mad Max apocalypse wasteland, which is not really accurate to political ideology anarchy, which is more about removal of what's the word? Not structures. Hierarchies, I think is the word I'm looking for there. Although I'm not an expert in political theory either, Oh crap. Oh, that was awful. Oh, I'm pissed about that one. But, anarchy is already a hard political ideology to talk about because the name of it is being associated with things that aren't really accurate to that ideology, making discussion kind of difficult because people will be like... It's like if whenever you said, like, you were a conservative, people thought that you wanted to shoot God. Like, maybe some conservatives want to shoot God, but, like, that's not the first thing that should come to mind. It just makes the discussion difficult, you know? Although I don't think you should be a conservative, personally. I'm very left-wing. I'm not shy about this. But, like... Yeah, rebellion, anarchy, not political anarchy, yeah. To be fair, they also think of, like, commodified anarchy. The sort of stuff you got from what was it? Other people's gods, not their own. Yeah, that's fair. My bad metaphor has in fact got something to it. But yeah, like this sort of. It's fucking Sex Pistols. I wanna be less direct, but it's the fucking those punk bands that were there because the poser punk bands, right? One of the better words. Those sort of punk bands that were like they were cashing in the aesthetic of punk without any of the political shit from it. Like they're like, yeah, anarchy in the UK, and it's like they don't care about anarchy. They don't care about the political aspect. They just want to sell fucking CDs. You know? And that's a whole other discussion about authenticity in art, probably. But, like... That's what people think of when they think of anarchy, because that's the pop culture version of it. You know? Rather than an actual ideology that has some points, maybe, that would be maybe worth discussing, perhaps. But that's kind of deliberate. It's like the people who are in control of pop culture to whatever degree are the ones with the money, and anarchy doesn't tend to like people having money, or at least not disproportionate amounts of capital, so it doesn't benefit them to really display these ideologies in their correct form. Like, I think a lot of people hear communism and they think of, like, Soviet Russia or, like, China right now. And those aren't really the political ideology of communism in a lot of ways. They're, like things like Stalin. He certainly said he was communist, but he was also an authoritarian dictator, which, when communism is an ideology about living in communes without central government, the idea of Stalin as a communist kind of doesn't quite work. Socialist Stalinism in command. Yeah, like, it's just... But nobody's gonna be like... A load of pop culture things aren't gonna correct that, generally speaking. You aren't gonna get many movies about that in pop culture, because it's like... Funding that doesn't benefit them. It will mean an ideology that they don't want to come to power will be able to be better represented and potentially get some traction. Not that I'm... Again, I describe myself as a vaguely leftist because I don't understand the theory to assign myself to any exact ideology. I have friends who are communists. But, of course, the sort of communists who isn't a dickhead, by the way, because some of them are actually the Stalinist type communist, and those people should get a swirling, because Stalin did historical atrocities. Stop looking up to him. He was a bad man. Stalin was a dick. I don't think that's very controversial to say. But also, it's like, yeah, they are gonna, like, the big media company's the one with all the money. And keeping all the money is why they exist. So they're probably not gonna actually do anything that substantially, they're not gonna knowingly do something that substantially allows people to consider maybe they shouldn't have all the money. Yeah, he looked down, we were too scared for their lives to risk disturbing him. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that dude did not... I think he got an... all of my Stalin facts, like, all over the place. Like, he really liked John Wayne movies, apparently. He chunked away a lot of the... There's actually a lot of interesting... Like, Soviet Russia and the USSR is interesting historically, I'd say, from what I've heard of it. Stalin in particular seems like a fucking cartoon character when you describe things like the fact he only got an average of 4 hours of sleep a day. And it's like, yeah, maybe I'd be paranoid too if I didn't fucking sleep. Joseph! Joseph, maybe you'd be better at your job if you just had a fucking nap, buddy! Maybe stop murdering all your friends and have a nap! Jesus Christ, Joe! Fuck, just fucking take a day off! Ugh! Also stop being a fucking murderous dictator. But, like, a nap would be beneficial too! Oh, Christ, I'm so worried about being taken out of context with that one. EldritchZoe.twitch.tv does not condone Joseph Stalin. That guy was a prick. Yes. I'm back. I'm back. God damn. God damn. Okay, we're gonna take this relatively careful and slow. That is a tricky jump, but we would much rather undershoot it. Someone's just gonna take a quick nap and see how you feel afterwards. Yeah, this is why I'm not pro death penalty, because what if the judge was just a little leapy that day? Also many other reasons, but also that one. Oh shite. Ugh, overcorrected. This isn't even the hardest fucking part of this shit. Oh! Okay, I think this is currently my highest point. This one's a jump I haven't made before.
Whew. Okay, where do I go next? Okay, that's at least recoverable. Oh. God, oh god, yeah, Stalin did just straight up remove people from, like, photographs. Before Photoshop as well, so you know the dude was really, really trying with that one. Oh, that could God, the fucking... I feel that the death penalty is only justified in situations where it can be 100% without a doubt proven that someone did a thing, and that they have no chance of repentance. And I think that those circumstances are so unlikely that... Fuck! That the death penalty is not a really suitable solution to anyone's case. Like, the amount of places where the death penalty... The amount of cases where the death penalty is the adequate punishment is... Despite how, like, true crime stuff gets sent around... Yeah, I do think undeserved mercy is not necessarily a bad point either. I'm not keen on... I don't feel like punitive justice works, personally. I feel that the causes of crime are not solved by locking someone in a box for a while with a bunch of other people who are terrified for their lives. And especially in America, where prison labour is essentially slave labour, and there's not really a way to get out of the prison economic system properly. There's a lot of factors and nuances here, but I think prisons should actually seek to actually make people regret their crimes. Right? They should learn. We should be, like, actually fixing things. Admittedly, step one of fixing things is admitting that the reason people are committing crime is because they have no other fucking option, and that maybe crime happens because of many reasons other than just human indecency. Say that as a penalty. Oh god, they can overrule and... Oh my god, I forgot how fucked up the American justice system is. Sorry. That's also a factor. Like, even in the ideal scenario, I don't trust people with... Even in the ideal scenario, I don't trust people with that power, and yet there are people with that power who aren't in a system that deserves it. Ugh, Christ. There's also the factor of, like, lethal injections are actually horribly painful, and they're just the least violent death to witness, because they need to have witnesses. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's horrible. I'm sorry, that's horrible. We should get off this topic, but yeah, like, yeah, like, I've heard of people getting convicted for crimes that they really did not do or deserve to do. And the thing is, the criminal justice system is designed to be antagonistic, to the point where even if you are the defense lawyer, it's not necessarily the best to tell the truth, even if your client is innocent. It's not about, like, Phoenix Wright, where you find the truth of the case. It's about a competition debate with somebody's life on the fucking line. And even after that, the prisons don't solve it.
What are you gonna do when you're an ex-con when you got out of jail? Oh, I mean, I can't get a job because no one wants to hire an ex-con. Guess I'll commit crime. That's all. That's what they'll get left to live on. Hey, I'm sorry. This is a very serious topic at late at night for me. I'm a funny chicken. Much as I care, I think that, yeah. How would you deal with crime? Make it so people don't need to commit crime to live. That's part one. That requires massive societal change. There will still be criminals after that. Because people are because I genuinely think there will be criminals even in a perfect world to some degree. So what do you do about that? Well, I don't know. God, yeah, the fucking slave labor. Yeah, which also means that there is a motivation for the police to get people arrested. Because they need people to live in the prisons to keep those prisons funded and to get free slave labor. As a result, there is an incentive to get people arrested, even if they aren't necessarily guilty. So that you can get free labor. Cops have quotas, yeah, no. Which means if you're behind your quota, maybe you'll just, sneak some drugs onto someone who doesn't actually have them. Maybe someone who, in your brain, looks like a criminal. And of course, how do you know what a criminal looks like? Well, I mean, that's just racial profiling, isn't it? It's racial profiling. Or other bigotries, to be fair. It's mostly racial profiling because, race is a pretty big visual indicator of... Yeah, oh yeah, no, that is a thing that people are trained to do. I don't want to come across as the police is a pretty horribly corrupt nightmare institution, and I would like to see it dismantled and defunded. I do think that there needs to be something to take the place of the police who actually do a valuable job, i.e. detectives. I think there should be something along those lines still. But most police are just a gang that work for the government. Literally, that's the origin of police. There were a load of gangs in, London or something. And, I know that the guy was called, copper? I know that the term copper, hence cop, was a term from that period because of who invented them. But basically they just hired they knew to deal with gangs. Make a bigger gang that the government controls. That's what the police are.
They're also a gang with horrible corruption, racism issues. They benefit from maintaining that status quo. I wish that there were people who did the things that cops should be doing, like taking care of people who weren't cops, basically. God, yeah. And they are trained to profile. In America in particular, they like, literally when training people to use firearms, supposedly teach them to be scared. Which, of course, then leads to shit like all those shootings of black kids, where these cops have gotten frightened because that's how they've been taught to see the world, which does not forgive their actions, but it does explain why this is such a persistent fucking problem. Ugh, sorry. We need a fun topic. What's your favourite Pokemon, everybody? Please, free me. Because, like, I just say, I'm a lot more kind. Again, it's like, I think that the ideal of the police should be something better. But as it is, it's so corrupt you'd need to completely dismantle the existing power structures. Oh, hell yeah, that's a good choice. I love Turtwig's a fun one. Little fucking turtle. Great. I think that's, I don't know, because, was that Gen 4? Yeah, it was Gen 4. It was around Gen 4 that I got really... I've kind of fallen off Pokemon a bit recently. More just because more in a I don't want to play the games that much right now sort of way. I have limited money. There's a reason I've been playing hundreds of hours of the free trial of Final Fantasy XIV and not buying other games. Well, I say not buying other games. I've bought some other games that will probably be streamed at some point. But, like, mostly I'm sticking to the free game because it's like free. Ow, shit. Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing, I'm not sure cops know what the laws actually are necessarily, right? I'm sure some do, but like, what, are you gonna memorize every fucking law from ever? And then make sure to just fucking actually do that, right? Like, and also, like, laws are kind of like, there's also the debate of whether you should be following the letter of the law, or the intention of the law, right? I feel like a lot of people sort of just assume that things will work out for them if they end up on the wrong side of the law. But really, that's not up to you, it's up to the cop. It's like, maybe if you shoplift 700 packs of Pokemon cards, and you're 10, and white, the policeman might be like, yeah, no, I'll let you off with a warning, like, give them back, don't do anything like this again. Maybe if you're a black kid, you're gonna get fucking charged for that shit because the cop was racist. Maybe the cop just feels like being shitty to you because he doesn't like Pokemon. The worst crime a cop... Jesus Christ. Sorry. But like, yeah. Of course they're not going to be flawlessly working. I'm Gen 4. Yeah. Letter of the law leads to loopholes as well, yeah. There is... It's not... But, like, intent of the law, it's like, well... What is the intent of the law? Hold on a second. Hold on a gosh dang second. Can I? No, not high enough. I thought I found a shortcut. I mean, I guess I would have seen other people using it if it existed, huh? But yeah, Gen 4 was interesting because I'm old. I played, my first Pokemon game was Pokemon Yellow. I then proceeded to, play basically every Pokemon generation. I didn't play every game. Between me and my brother, I think we bought every game except Platinum. Which is a shame, because Platinum was actually probably one of the better Gen 4 games. I've heard it made some significant improvements to the game. That I'd honestly had not the best time with initially. Yeah. Actual playthrough. Yeah, that seems fair. The Gen 4 games were simultaneously kind of the place where I feel like Pokemon got the core mechanics finalized, essentially. But also, I just had weird trouble with Gen 4. But yeah, I didn't like firefighting. I didn't like using physical fighting types. Especially as I'd been very much burned by my Gen 3 playthrough with Blaziken. Oh, hell yeah. No, games are good for teaching people to read, I feel. Well, sometimes. Oh, I'm so sorry for you. Oh, God. Sorry, person who fell. I must continue. But yeah, like, I actually think I accidentally ordered an American copy of Gen 4 and got it earlier than England in general did. Which is kind of funny. But I did not enjoy... Because I didn't enjoy Blaziken, I went for Piplup. Little penguin. I didn't, and then basically had the same problem I had with... Because Empoleon is a fucking steel water physical type, and I still didn't understand the difference between physical and special attack at that point. Nowadays, it's like Turtwig's the best one, basically. Like, of that generation, I feel like. Just because I think he's just the coolest design, really. You could probably use those, but they've been sort of tainted by association to some degree. The other two starters. But, like, to be fair, I try not to be it only just split there, which is why I say the core mechanics was sort of finalised there, because although there are smaller, minor things that happen in later gens, it's like, that's kind of when the game was, in terms of core mechanics, pretty much finished with nothing else left to change. Yeah, I do try to be quite... Yeah, oh god, the fucking... Yeah. I do not know how I coped with the previous way that special and physical moves worked. Because, yeah, like... That's like... Fucking Blaziken? Your fire-type starter? The fire moves aren't good on it, because it's not a special attacker. In Gen 1, it's terrible. Nowadays it is a lot better about that, fortunately, but like... Gen 4 was kind of the step towards that being good? Understandable? Yeah. Of course, I've played all of them. It's like up to... I think I fell off at the Sword and Shield DLC. Oh, fuck. Oh god, I accidentally made a pun. I've clipped it. I clipped. I fell off at the Sword and Shield DLC. Falls off.
I honestly think it's a fine enough game. It's like, I think that all of them have been fine enough. That's kind of the problem though, is that they're rushing them out so quick now that none of them are amazing anymore. None of them are like, yeah, we've really put a load of love and effort into this. We've made this really cool. It's just sort of like, well, Uncle Nintendo wants us to churn out another one by Thursday. Get going, lads. You've got 2 years. Make an entire game. And it's sad. Because, like, the first 5 Pokemon games or so, they're really trying, right? They are doing interesting new things with each entry. Even if, in the terms of Gen 5, people kind of didn't like the new cool thing they did, so they just kind of rolled most of that back in the sequel games. Which sucks, because Gen 5, again, is kind of one of the last ones that really, really tried something. Although I would say Sun and Moon had that as well. But it's like, I think they should just hire more people. Like, they're making these massive games, they're selling them for the price of, like, something, this really fancy thing, and really, they either need to cut the price and make them, like, a mid-range title, and lower everyone's expectations, or just spend more time making the fucking game. Just hire more people! Just... They can make good games. They just need to just hire more people and pay their staff well and not crunch them into a fucking paste. It's sad because, like, yeah, like, a load of people loved the new Pokemon games, Scarlet and Violet, and those games were still a crush. Those games were a glitchy nightmare mess on launch. I'm remembering that there was a game that could brick. There was a save glitch that could brick your save in fucking X and Y. It was X and Y. It's like, yeah, I think that the Dex stuff was inevitable as well. They just kept making new Pokemon, and there was no way to make that sustainable. I actually was kind of, at the time of Sword and Shield, I was kind of... I think that I was a lot more forgiving than most people. Obviously, the Pokemon games are getting worse than quality. Yeah, no, 100%. They need to slow down and make them good. More time to make something that's like a remarkable product, rather than just a mediocre one. It's sad, because I like this franchise. Like, I might actually play Arceus at some point, because that game looked kind of fun. But I can't go back to being the person who plays I had a living Pokedex up to Sword and Shield. I have, like, a few legendaries missing, and then I didn't buy the DLC because I didn't want to buy it, didn't spend 30 quid on it. And the thing is, it's really gone. Don't worry. It's like, Arceus looks like it was a fun game, and I want to get to that. The problem is that Pokemon games are always maximum price. Like, they never get cheaper. So I might as well be buying the new one for as much as my wallet cares. Oh my god. But yeah, like, I do think that they either should have added less new Pokemon, or, like, there should have been something sooner, really. But for some reason, the marketing guys seem to think that new Pokemon are the main selling point, and they kinda are, because half of why I didn't buy the DLC was that I realized there's only, like, 3 new Pokemon in each one. Like, it's the new legendaries, and the rest is all returning stuff. It's like, I already have those Pokemon, right? I would be paying 30 quid to access half of the Pokemon I need for my living dex. And it's at that point I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do this anymore. Also, to be fair, I think around the point that happened, there was a glitch in Pokemon Home, which meant that I got locked out of my account and lost, like, several months of paid subscription that was never refunded to me. Because I was Wonder Traded a hacked Pokemon or something. And that kind of put me off as well, because all of my Pokemon were now dead. It did eventually get fixed. I did log into my living dex for the privilege. I paid the privilege of $3.99 in order to access my living dex to give my brother a fucking Pokemon at one point. I think he was going to pay me back, and I think he forgot. But he also has ADHD, so just add it to the fucking pile. But like, yeah, yeah, it was like, buying that DLC, it was like, I did want to play it initially, but it's like, now I'm just like, enforced Nuzlocke, Jesus Christ, that's, oh god. Okay, there, do the jump. Ugh. Drop it. Face, overshoot. Okay. Do I wait for these? I think I can. But yeah, like, oh, I'm back here, I'm back here. Okay, I'm gonna have a sit down. Gonna have a sit down. Yeah, like, I feel like they probably should have done something closer to, like, one of those Pokemon games where you could interact with them. I think people would have been a lot less sad if that was the case. But yeah, that sort of thing was an inevitability because the crunch of making sure every Pokemon was working for every generation was absurd. Like, especially with a team like Game Freak, which is just, they're not a big team. And until the Diamond and Pearl remakes, they weren't really willing to hire other studios to help out, even. It was just like, yeah, no. It was a fucking hell. And it's just like, this cannot continue. It could not. And I hate that they haven't fixed the other problems that are causing this poor dev team to probably fucking die horribly, but like, they really should have fixed everything. A game of this sort it's not impossible. But the management of, frankly, the fact that the recent Pokemon games have had as much animation in them as they do is still miraculous, and they need to be doing better. I think this was my own. This was the thing I said about Sonic Frontiers too. I love that game. It's a very good game. It's very fun. It's also a cobbled together shambles of a game that they should have done better with. Like, even while praising that game and somehow being the most popular Sonic Frontiers review on Steam, which is fucking weird. Despite that, wait, what? There's no national dex, so there's no dex numbers? Oh my god, okay, I get that, because that's a lot of writing to do, but that still kind of sucks, right? Like... they didn't give entry to the Paradox... like, they're half of the reason people bought that game, right? Yeah, like, that sucks. That sucks. Like, as much as it is kind of an arbitrary feature that is one of the better things to cut from a game, it's like, the personality, the stuff that you imbue onto the Pokemon is the story of those games. It's why I've been so forgiving of the Pokemon games with weaker stories, following Black and White. Because the story that's being told in Pokemon games is not really the story that's the textual stuff. That's a justification. The real story is the emergent story that you are creating with your Pokemon. Right? But the reason you can do that is because you can read a little dex entry and be like, oh, this guy eats souls, neat! That's a... especially with a Paradox Pokemon, which is like... I haven't played Scarlet and Violet, but it's like, those are like weird alternate versions of other Pokemon, and the lore behind those seems very important to understand. Why they're like this, what caused this different version of a Pokemon to exist, is a seemingly quite important thing to cut from the game. And if it was just one thing, it'd be fine, but just like... yeah, they... I mean, the thing is, they were never going to top Gen 4 on stakes. So, Gen 5 didn't try to. Gen 5 tried to instead sort of actually... okay, the thing... I think the reason that the first 5 Pokemon games are quite strong is because they were the last ones. Every time. Every time I've heard that apparently they were going to stop making Pokemon games after this next one. We're just going to stop making it after this next one. Right? So, and even if that wasn't literally the case, they all kind of came across that way to some degree, right? Gen 1 is very much the one game in a series, right? They could have made just that one, and it probably would have still been pretty popular and well remembered, I'd say. Like, but I remember they were going to possibly end the Pokemon anime with Pokemon getting set free. They were potentially going to be like, this is the end of Pokemon now. But it got so popular they didn't. I'm just imagining the fucking idea of Ash Ketchum have a definitive fucking ending in fucking Gen 1 is fucking... yeah. Oh my god, they might not even be real time travelers, that's fun. Gen 1, yeah, you're basically, like, it's a justification for why you're going through this dungeon. It's not really anything that serious. Gen 2 is very much a sequel to Gen 1, to the point of, you know, revisiting that area, right? That game is very much Pokemon 2. Just without a number because, well, because the colour system has been in place. And, you know, Gen 3 was, okay, we're going to make another one on the Game Boy, and it was them kind of working around those limitations, expanding on what that franchise could be, but not really being like, we're going to be doing these forever on a yearly basis, right? I don't know the plot of Scarlet and Violet at all, actually, now I think about it. I somehow kept myself relatively unspoiled on that game, and then I just looked up all the Pokemon later. because I didn't care anymore. And I discovered some fucking weird ass shit. Why the fuck is Wiggler not just Diglett from that region? Why did they do this? I hate it! But yeah, like, the story elements in Pokemon games, for the most part, aren't really trying to do much. And that's kind of just because that's the limitation of game storytelling from that era, to be honest. Holy shit, how far did I get? Shouldn't have said out loud. Yeah, like, most of the story is like the story of you meeting and growing with your Pokemon, right? It's like, hey, I met my friend here, and my friend does this cool thing, and I like them, and they helped me beat this guy. It's all justification stuff. Gen 4 went a bit end of the world, tried to get into the cosmology a bit. It very much feels like the last Pokemon game in a lot of ways. Because it's like, where do you go after God? You've caught God now. Even if it's just arguably... The Pokemon cosmology isn't exactly correct. I have some theories on how Pokemon work based on Gen 5 stuff. Like, I feel like Pokemon come into existence because people expect them to exist, including legendaries. So potentially some of the legends are close to primals in Final Fantasy XIV, where it's like, basically, somebody believes enough in a god and has the resources to summon them, they will be able to summon that god. Right? But that's kind of Gen 5 stuff. Gen 4, it's like, yeah, this is God. Which is kind of a shame, because I kind of like how legendary Pokemon... I like legendary Pokemon having backstories, but I kind of like that the legendary Pokemon backstories aren't... I do kind of miss it not being not part of the plot a little bit, but I get why the expansion things, right? Legends Arceus is... yeah, that's fair. Again, it's like, art's subjective. I don't want to say one thing's true or not. But like, and also to be fair, just because something... Like, I'm fairly sure Arceus existed in those times, potentially. That doesn't mean that necessarily they are literally the god that created that universe. But, like, maybe some of the legends are true. Like, I don't have any doubt in my mind that the legends in relation to the X and Y legendaries did actually happen within the context of those games. It's just that maybe those legendaries didn't existed before that for a different reason. I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. I like thinking about these things. It's kind of an exercise in headcanoning that doesn't really matter, but it's a bit of fun. I don't want to map pack game theory these things, because art is subjective and everyone's interpretation is as valid as everyone else's, unless there is some substantial textual evidence against it. And when I say that, I mean like textual evidence from... Maybe the canon could be different in Gen 4 than it is in Legends Arceus. I don't know that. And that's fine. Pokemon has a fucking multiverse now. It's a nightmare. Oh, shit. But yeah, Gen 5 has an actually quite good story, even if it's a bit slow to start. Gen 5, I have so much respect for it. They made more Pokemon than ever any other gen because they wanted to make an entirely new Pokedex. They wanted this to feel like a completely, like, new area. They didn't have Pikachu in Gen 5 until the end game. They didn't have Pikachu. Like, that's fucking bold. And it was like, Yeah, I get that the multiverse could have arguably always existed, but like they made that canon eventually. They made that textual rather than just an interpretation or a subtextual thing. I think that's rad. Also, it's like they did it before multiverses became the thing that every fucking movie was about, so I'm a little more forgiving of it. Oh Jesus, I'm almost out of time on the stream. Oh Christ. Okay. But yeah, I have so much respect for Gen 5 because they made it a story. They have Kryganol. Yeah. I will say they definitely rushed some of those designs. I don't feel like all of them all the Gen 5 designs are winners. And some of them, due to the fact that they are serving the same in-game purpose as an existing Pokemon, do feel somewhat obsolete. I think that is a problem with Gen 5's general Pokemon design aesthetic. But at the same time, it's like, it's really bold to actually do like a completely new area. It feels like a new place. Yeah, Aldino and Blissey, Alola Mola and fuck is also only there so you can get the heart scales like it's a fucking love disc. Voltorb, Electrode, and Fungus Among Us are the same purpose. Like, and there's a lot of things where it's like, you know, the usual stuff where it's like, here's a rat for the first route, here's a bird for the first route sort of stuff. Yeah, Love Disc should have just evolved into a Alola Mola. Make it an egg thing or something, right? Like, even if you aren't able to catch Love Disc, maybe make it an endgame thing that you realise that Love Disc is in fact something that evolves into this. That would work. I mean, I guess that it would be a little bit cheating on the gimmick, but, you know. Maybe that would be better than complete obsolescence. Yeah. Incense babies, exactly. Which, that's another thing I loved about early Pokemon stuff. I do kind of agree with the decision to make it not that anymore, but, like, I did actually kind of love that, oh Christ, that's a killer. That jump is a fucking killer. Ooh. But yeah, like, fucking... But the Gen 5 story is actually kind of bold, because the bad guys almost have a point. Right? N is just a very autistic child that's being groomed by his cult dad. Fuck! Oh, that was a nasty one. Like, I like N because he has a point. Maybe some people are treating Pokemon kind of cruelly. Maybe this sort of animal welfare thing should be a consideration. And it's nice to see the game actually address that stuff. Like, the evil teams, I think it got worse and worse a little bit, even if I will defend some of them not so good team motivations. But, like, it's like, Team Plasma's interesting, they've got a point. The split is interesting in Black and White 2, despite me not liking Black and White 2 nearly as much. It's like, some of these people truly believe in this cause, some of them are literally just like, they're down with Ghetsis' plan. There's some interesting nuance there. There's some interesting storytelling there. Fucking, shit, what's his face? Stupid hair guy. He doesn't seem to be in it for the evil, he just seems to be in it for the fact that he wants to do science. He's a fucking weirdo. And he's one of the ones who came back later, weirdly. Colrus. That was what I was thinking of. I didn't even jump there. But like, yeah, it's like, Gen 5 tried to do stuff.
right? And it failed in a lot of places. But I think it's a lot better in retrospect than... Yeah, Colress is spelled that way, I think. It's a lot better in retrospect than people gave it credit for at the time. And I'm also really sad about Black and White 2, which, although it did add some cool things, and I think revisiting a region is a really cool thing to do, most of the new content was just not as good, and I feel like removing the uniqueness of Pokemon, number one, implies that the transfer lab caused a fucking ecological crisis in the region, which is funny to me. It was already kind of implying that that was happening. But, like, it kills some of the uniqueness of it as a artistic statement, I guess is the words for it. And also it was just like... the overarching story elements, although it has some cool things like the Team Plasma split faction stuff, it really isn't as cool because the real villain plan motivation in that one is just, I'm gonna make a big fucking dragon. Which is one of the weaker team motivations. Immediately following one of the better ones. Like, even if Ghetsis was like trying to manipulate a person, the fact that some people actually believed in the Team Plasma cause unironically is genuinely interesting and worth consideration. And it seems like N grows throughout the story, and it's like, he's like, yeah, no, he realizes, no, actually, no, I'm being friends with these Pokemon. They're helping me because they want to. Right? And he had a cool gimmick in that his team was different every time because he was catching and releasing all the Pokemon every time. There's even some weird implications that he might be a Pokemon himself, which is... like, I'm not even going to get into that because it just confuses things a bit. But... that's cool. That's neat. But nobody wanted a story in Pokemon? French passion, please. Now, I am a Team Flare defender on some thing because I've seen how rich people are. I believe that a cult of idiots would try to destroy the world because they didn't like the fashion. I don't think it's a very strong motivation, but I do, if they lent more into them being just completely unaware what they're doing, I think it could have worked a bit better. I think there is actual potential in that, but it is also hurt by the fact that, so in Gen 4, they actually changed Thingy Bob's motivation, the team leader. The original aim of Team Galactic was to remake the world with themselves as God. And I think Nintendo of America decided that was too far. So they just changed it to, I hate the world, I want to destroy it. Which is fine. That's like, it's a kid's game. I understand changing the motivation, even if I think it's a step down. The problem is that then means that Team Flare's motivation is the same motivation. Because of the changes they made in localization. And then after that, they just decided that teams were going to be more like punks, which I think is actually the correct move. I think the Team Skull template is a much more interesting one than trying to top the way that the villains are going to take over the world again and again and again. It's nice to have a villainous faction, but it is kind of nice to just have the main antagonistic force just be a really rabid group of fans. I think that's fun. Even if you then do get, like, even though there is, at a later point in the game, going to be an actual threat that crops up. Inevitably. Recreate the word in his image, but anybody's expressive emotion. Huh. That's fair. Huh. Now that's really interesting if it was like, he had like a proper like motivation. That's interesting. And also the sort of thing that you kind of don't get anymore because they don't have time to come up with a cool villain plan. Anymore. Yeah. Oh god, yeah, no, because they respond to emotions. Of course, that... Hey! A theme that they cut from the game. That sucks. Wish they kept that. My guy can't just be summoning Satan. The guy needs he needs to have some sort of thematic reason. Like, please. Again, I will defend Team Flare because I think it's funny. I think they're funny, but like, they are definitely one of the weakest ones. And this is including one where it's like, where a group of people decided that more ocean is a good idea for humanity. You want more ocean in Hoenn? A region that is like 50% water? Ugh. And as much as people meme on it, like, Hoenn is a lot of water because they're going for that as the environmentalist theme. It's not as bad as some people say because, especially in the remakes, they made it a way more navigable ocean than most Pokemon oceans. But like, Sonic is daddy. I mean, yeah. I do like the idea that this guy is... I wish they'd sold it better. Because I wish that Lysandre had been an actual twist villain. Like, maybe he had a few Team Flare looking things, but maybe he passed as like a gym leader or something. Maybe he could even be the champion. And then when you reach the Team Flare stuff, he's changed outfit colours to match the Team Flare outfits, and you're like, oh shit, Lysandre actually was the villain? He was. It's like, because they're trying to do that, but they don't fit. It doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah, I don't quite get... I think they made Aqua and Magma a little bit more sensible, but I always kind of... I played the Ruby versions of the Gen 3 games every time because, number one, because my brother wanted to have Kyogre, so I got fucked, I guess. But second, because I genuinely think Team Magma is a slightly more understandable motivation, even if I think Emerald is the best version of that game because it has both of them. And I'm sad the remakes didn't... The Fire Elite team was a member? I didn't remember that. That's funny. Yeah, I just had my mate try to destroy the world, but I mean I lost, so want to do the Elite Four challenge? Jeez. I forgot about that. I guess the thing is, once they stopped doing the because they didn't do a third game for X and Y. Which, I mean, fair if you didn't think it was going to do good. Fair enough. Move on to a better thing. But, like, that means that those games are the least present in my mind. It's like, Black and White and, like, Sun and Moon are really quite ingrained in my brain because I played both versions of that, right? I played the Ultra version as well, which is significantly worse. But those regions are quite clearly in my head because of that. Yeah, for some reason, yeah, they just moved the Zygarde plot. Oh, sorry, I hit the microphone. I genuinely think that Zygarde plot would have been in the third, like in Z, if they hadn't decided to cut their losses. I genuinely think that's what they did. I think they went, look, X and Y aren't doing good. Yokai Watch is selling gangbusters. We need to do something unique and new. Like, apparently, Yokai Watch, in Japan at least, really lit a fire under Game Freak's ass after X and Y. Which didn't really have much going for it. It was kind of just another Pokemon game. Even the story just felt like they were trying to do the best bits of Black and White again, but worse. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Zygarde deserved better, honestly. Zygarde's a cool design, and it's sad that they're just like... I mean, I don't know how the hell the plot would have worked with Team Flare summoning both of them. I guess partly because I didn't play Platinum, so I don't know how they handled it there. But it's like, yeah. It's like, oh, weird. Oh, come on. Oh, I thought I missed that. Holy shit. Okay, wait for the bombs to go off, because these two will explode simultaneously. I'm back up to this point. But, like, yeah, I do think doing a DLC rather than the third game is the better move. I also think that Ultra Sun and Ultra Move were the worst third games. Partly because they clearly cut a load of stuff that wasn't finished from Sun and Moon and just put it back in the third game. Oh, they could awaken both of them and throw it off, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. But it is just Gen 3 again, but like, what? It's Gen 6, who cares? Like, they wasn't going to be good anyway. Well, plot-wise, I think the gameplay was fine in Gen 3, and I think the Pokemon is Gen 6, and I think the Pokemon designs were rad. Generally speaking. But like, yeah, right. I am starting to just... My brain is starting to melt, you can tell by the amount of jumps I'm doing. Do nothing. Okay. Yep. Damn it. Close. Yeah. They also made the Gen 3 remakes, yeah. Yeah, no, it would have, actually. Honestly, like, it's kind of weird that they... The way Pokemon remakes work is kind of weird, too. Because it's like... I think the only reason they made the, I think they made the Gen 3 remakes of Gen 1. Oh, that was a fucking mouthful and I almost died. Those exist to... Someone in the in-game chat has just written, "Don't give up, that's exactly what the tower wants." And you know what? They're correct. But like, yeah, like, so the first set of remake games happened probably because they realized that Gen 3 was kind of a mess. I feel like maybe they tried to get transferring of Pokemon working and couldn't get it down in time for release or something like that. But basically they then had to make it so that you could catch every Pokemon from Gen 1 and 2 within Gen 3. And the first Band-Aid solution was Pokemon Colosseum, which... I love Pokemon Colosseum. It's a weird fuck... And FFXIV, Game of Darkness. They're weird fucking games, in hindsight. But they're kinda rad. I want more Pokemon games to be that fucking out there. Damn it. But let's be fair, Pokemon Coliseum existed so you could catch a bunch of Generation 2 Pokemon. That's why they exist. That's why they exist. And then you got, like, and then they remade, and then they kind of did the same thing because they'd established these things sell with Gen 4, because, let's be fair, at that point, Gen 2 was considered the gold standard of Pokemon games, and remaking it in the new engine was going to sell gangbusters. And it fucking did, and that's one of my favourite Pokemon games to this day, to be honest. The Gen 2 remake games, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, fucking great. The things they add are all good features to add, and they're added relatively seamlessly. They do also exist so that you can make sure to catch all of the Pokemon in Gen. They have, again, kind of done the thing where nowadays, every gen, you have to be able to catch every Pokemon. Yeah, up until the Sword and Shield, you had to be able to catch every previously obtainable Pokemon. They did not want you to be reliant on transferring from older generations to have certain Pokemon, especially as that was a really big... That was seen as a really big issue with Gen 3 when it first released, was that you couldn't catch most of the Pokemon in it, right? You couldn't catch a Charmander or a Typhlosion in that, and that was a load of people's favourite Pokemon. That's a load of people's first Pokemon. They can't play it in the sequel? So, of course, they had to rectify that, and then they decided never to make that mistake again. Ugh, my blood hurts. So yeah, they did that. And then and ever since then they've been doing things like the Ultra Wormholes in Sun and Moon were very much so you can catch all the old legendaries without having to do like 7 billion events, you know. They made it they made it so that you could get every Pokemon, even if it was a nightmare to do so for some of them. Like, my god, some of them are a nightmare to get, though. Which also means, lucky me in my living decks, I now had 3 Ho-Ohs to trade off for the title legendaries of certain ones. The names of the protagonists are kind of fun. Yeah, to be fair, they're probably placeholder names. I have a friend who, like, cared about doing the canon version of events, and I won't be too mean to the guy, he's my friend. Like, do what you want, there's no wrong way to play a game, unless you're committing a crime or inconveniencing another player. Oh, not inconveniencing, hurting another player, basically. The true name of it. Yeah, it's like, that's kind of became the standard. Initially because, like, there is no real name, this is a placeholder name, right? Those names exist not to be a name, really. They existed to be the thing in the code that you use when you're doing testing, more than an actual name. Ah, shite. That one. Oh, I've made it again. Yeah. I think actually they did some weird stuff, yeah. Like, I think technically it varies on who you ask on some of these, like, Brendan and May have assigned names because they are the rival of the other protagonist. I'll be honest,
Brendan is the better rival because he's more of a prick. Send a tweet. Yeah, they started naming them at some point. Or they started having characters in the name. Like, maybe, arguably, you could say that that character exists separate to Black and White. Like, I think, in the manga version of Gen 3, they're not called Brendan and May. I think they're called Ruby and Sapphire. I might be wrong, though. But it's very, yeah. And they did the rival name things as well. Because they're choosable name. If they've got a choosable name, then, they need a placeholder. Basically. I don't know how people determine non-colour named, official quote-unquote names, to be honest. There's probably a logic to it. At the very least, it's probably just things like, well, red actually shows up in other games, so, you know, red and blue's names are canonically that because of the other games they appeared in. Yeah, Gen 4 rivals Barry, although you also have, that's around the point where they decided to have multiple rivals, which is not a bad choice. So you also have, you have Barry as the sort of standard rival who has a character, and then you have other player character rival as well. Which is... Yeah. Let's play first name suggestion. Yeah, that makes sense. That's generally how people do it. I think that's how... Because Link... from Legend of Zelda... I don't know why they decided on the name Link of all things, but, like... That's, like, the default name in most Zelda games, I think? But you also usually choose your own name. So it's like... Maybe technically... Canon's weird. We shouldn't think about this. Like, there's also why, like, MMOs, like... they technically have to have a placeholder... They don't have to, I guess, but, like... In this game, for example, there's a guy called... He's either referred to as Meteor or Warrior of Light. He's the default player character that you see in trailers. And he is essentially what I'm playing right now. The thing is, so is everybody else here. That's how MMO stories work, right? So this dude called Throne Shaker, he's also the Warrior of Light. I'm the Warrior of Light, you're the Warrior of Light. Is there anyone here who isn't the Warrior of Light? No! But it's like, there isn't a default name on this one, but like... Meteor Survivor, sorry, not Meteor. Because that's a plot element of what happened in, I think, 1.0. Look, there's a lot of 1.0 shit. I don't know it. It's probably not worth looking into. If I haven't been told about it by now, it doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, so it's like... I'd argue that all games could do a similar thing where there isn't technically a canon name. The only reason we know he's called the Warrior of Light is because you're called the Warrior of Light as well, as like a title you've gained. Are Twitch redeems working, by the way? I'm just noticing I've only had like 1 or 2 today. It's fine. Usually I get more of this in a stream and I'm just like... Is Twitch fucking up? The answer is often that Twitch is fucking up. You understand? Millem. Yep, it's working. Thank you. Oh, slippery. Oh god. Sorry, someone in the chat said that. I wish I could just hide people's names. If there's a setting for that, I wish it existed. I would love that. Maybe there is, but I don't remember it. Or maybe it's too confusing for me. Yep. My hands are starting to hurt. Like, okay, so the thing is, I'm controlling the camera by holding down the right mouse button. You can also hold down the left mouse button, but it operates in a slightly different way that's not as convenient. But the problem is, that means that my finger is starting to hurt from holding down the right mouse button for too long. God, the bone crunch. Fuck. I'll do it without holding down the right button, see if you can notice what happens. I think you will be able to. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to move like this. You see, it's like there's a camera that's moving around a circle. Because that makes sense when you're playing an MMO. It's not so good when you're doing a jumping puzzle. So it's very good that in short measures, you can just hold down a button and fix that problem. But then you're here for 5 hours. That. Start to. Oh god, it's 1 in the morning. Oh no. I'm human and I'm doing a stream. Have you ever done a stream? I've done a stream. It's when you do when you go on the internet and you show people you jump up a tower. You jump up the tower is tall. It's a very tall tower. The tower wants you dead. The tower wants you to quit. The tower thinks you're a bitch. Bitch-ass motherfucker. The tower will piss on your wife. Do you want the tower to piss on your wife? I don't want the tower to piss on your wife. Well, I guess I've got to defeat the tower then, don't I? Guess I've got to fucking beat the tower. Tower is... Tower's gonna piss. I'm not sure how long the silence would be funny for. I was hoping that someone would come help me with this, but someone would come and keep me sane. But, too bad, because I was never sane. Your god now. Where is your god now? Garfield card. You can redeem Garfield cards at any time. You could free me from this with a little bit of Garfield. And friend. I couldn't find a Garfield to throw at my head. So there's no animation for it yet. I really wanted to just, like, explode Garfield into my face and say, like, Mondays or something. I don't fucking know what Garfield says. Time out. That times out you. Are you sure? Are you sure you want this? You can... Are you sure you want to be timed out? Maybe having a timeout. You know what? If you want me to, you know what? I should take a break, really. Let's just... Wow, this is a good screenshot, huh? I am going to take... You know what? I refund you, but I will take a quick break. Don't worry. Hold on. Slash screen not. Slash photo. Slash photo. Try to remember what it is. Slash help. Slash recam. Slash camera. Slash free me. Bye. Good news, everyone. I've hit 15 days of playtime. I've hit 15 days of playtime, everybody. I'm gonna have to Google this. You keep wiggling your legs. You don't have a clap emote. Oh, G pose, because it's a group pose setting and not technically a screenshot. No. Slash G pose. That's the button. The button for disabling UI. There we go, it's R. Screenshots. My god, my mercy. There is no mercy here. None.
Blah 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 blah
Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. Got your ass out, my... No! I'm taking a screenshot! Get your ass out of here! Oh, there's so much shit. Oh, let's me just blind this man. Oh, you can do so much in this, actually. Holy shit. Look. Last thing you see before you fucking die. Oh, I need to go to fucking sleep. Yeah, I'm calling this shit. I'm calling it. Good God. Oh no. Okay. Oh, there was someone's legs. I was just up someone's skirt for a second there. I'm so glad that I could catch that, actually. Jesus. Oh. Let's move this way. Don't upskirt people while I'm doing the outro. Thank you. Thank you for being here for this. I don't think I keep thinking, no, I won't be back to Final Fantasy XIV on stream. But then I keep doing it anyway. Why am I like this? Anyway, thank you for being here. Very good. I had a good time despite everything. I should do the shill button. Hey, look! I have a Discord and a donation link, which is saving up for a capture card, so I can do more interesting shit with my computer, with the streams. And also, I got a wish list. I really should put some things that aren't to benefit the stream on there. Honestly, I could just put snacks on there. I used to have the marshmallow thing. I should probably just do that again, right? That makes sense, right? I should probably just do that. Yeah. Who do I bring today? Loads of good things. But, you know, today's theme is in fact suffering. I think I know who can provide suffering. It's Jonge. Hey, look, everybody. It's my pal George. Here's the shout out. For the record, George is currently playing a SeaWorld video game.
Yeah, I know you like dragons. There's plenty of outlets for dragons. And people who could be outlets for dragons.
You did that when I had a mouthful of yogurt.
Oh, that's kind of nice. Probably got some
Yogurt, you say?
Unfortunately,
yogurt.
they don't stream at the same time this time to me. But yeah, hi, it's me, the Eldritch Zoe. I stream on Wednesdays and Fridays at 8 PM usually. I did kind of have a week off because I am kind of feeling sick, but hopefully I'll actually get some streams in soon. The things I'm supposed to be regularly streaming are I Was a Teenage Exocolonist and Alan Wake, but look, the tower ain't conquering itself, is it? I'm gonna have to conquer the fucking tower at some point, lads. The tower needs raiding. The tower needs doing. But yeah, have a good one. Have a fun. Thank you for being here. Goodbye. Why did my voice go like this?